Hey, welcome, welcome, welcome. Day three. Today is the day when we're going to have a lot of different topics and a lot of kind of like mix and match topics. And I know a lot of you have been waiting for citizenship by descent, for some P&P topics, for some work permit topics. So we're going to talk all about that today. So let's look into our agenda here. What can we expect today? Okay. Okay. So, day three of our immigration summit. Um, well, let's first look at what we talked about yesterday. So yesterday we talked all about spousal sponsorship. If you missed that, all the recordings should have been sent to your emails. If you didn't receive it, check your spam folder. And you also always can go to Weber Immigration YouTube channel. I will drop the link in the comments and in the chat section, and then you can watch it there. All 3 days would be there. And the day before, we talked about express entry. So day one was all about express entry. Day two was all about spousal sponsorship. If you missed any of those, then you can go back and watch those. And then let's talk about what can we expect today on day three. So day three, we're going to have two amazing speakers talking about citizenship by descent. So that is a very interesting topic since Canada just changed the law. They just changed the rules how you can get that Canadian passport. So if you have Canadian lineage, those sessions are definitely for you because that is an amazing opportunity for a lot of you to get the Canadian citizenship, or you may be already Canadian. Now we're going to have also Lotica speaking about Canadian immigration pathways for healthcare professionals. I know we've had a lot of healthcare professionals attending the summit, watching us on YouTube, and Lotica will cover many pathways for healthcare professionals. We talked a little bit about that on the first day in terms of express entry. Mary was covering that, but today we will talk about just about more pathways for healthcare professionals. Then we will have Ivie talking about dedicated pathways for healthcare professionals, specifically for Alberta PNP. So Alberta has some great problems there. And then we will talk about LMIA exempt work permits. So Anna and Mara will be talking about LMIA exempt work permits. So if you've been waiting for the session, on work permits, that one is for you. And for all of our French speakers, we will have Laurence finishing the day with PR pathways for French speakers. So that's what we have today. And we're going to start with Laurie Parris talking about citizenship by descent. So let's welcome Laurie as our first speaker. Laurie, welcome. And thank you so much for coming and doing your presentation on citizenship by descent.
Thank you, Elena. I'm happy to be here. And today we're going to talk about citizenship by descent. And I wasn't really sure what to cover today, so I thought I'd just talk about some of the common questions, some of the myths, realities that have come up through the application process. And I guess to start with, I'll just introduce myself. Um, I'm Laurie Parris, as you know. I'm an RCIC, and I teach in the Canadian Immigration Law program at Queen's University. And if you want to connect with me, you can connect with me through one of those methods up on your screen. That's my Facebook, my TikTok, and my website. And I love to interact with people on any of those channels. So, what are some of the common questions that we hear? Well, let's see. Don't we have to live there for 3 years to qualify? I think this is a really common misunderstanding because the new act, they kind of created a dividing line in the process. for people born before December 15th, 2025, and people born after December 15th, 2025. So as long as you are born before December 15th, 2025, you do not have that 3-year residency requirement. However, if you want to pass this on to your own children who are not yet with us, your children in the future, yes, they would be born after December 15th, 25. So therefore, you would have to live in Canada for a minimum of 3 years so that you are developing a connection to Canada. There was never an intention by the government to have this just go on forever and into perpetuity. All right. So what do I need to apply? And like, I just don't know where to start. How do I find what I need? Well, you need the basics, birth records, marriage records, name change documents, naturalization records are helpful, or death records from the anchor. And if your family's immigrated to Canada, then depending on the time, you can find their landing documents. If it's before 19 or after 1951, then you have to go through a slightly different process. How do I find what I need? Well, you can go here to my website. I've just recently updated my cheat sheet and just look under resources. And it's a free download. You can download my document. It's got hyperlinks to a lot of the places where you can go and search and a little bit of advice involved. This is one I've been getting a lot. Can't I just download a copy from Ancestry? And, I've learned people are going to do what they're going to do. But let me tell you what the perspective is here. You're actually coming to the government of Canada, a sovereign country, and you're telling them that you have a right to be a citizen. I am a citizen. So they're going to do their due diligence to make sure that your claim is warranted. So you don't need to send, you don't have to go have them notarized and apostilled and all of that. However, you need to supply them with official documents. So I know that documents up to from 100 years or more older are shared with Ancestry from a lot of different locations. But they don't own them. They're the property of the Canadian federal or provincial governments. So when you get them from those places, those sources directly, then they become the official documents. Same as your documents, I have a lot of people doing this from the United States. And, any documents from the United States, they are the property of the Vital Statistics Office of that state or federal government office. So, you really want to make sure that what you're sending is the real deal. And I've got an example I'm going to show later on in my slides of how easily a change can come up that you maybe weren't aware of. So this is another one that, families are families, right? So somebody said to me, what if my parent doesn't want anything to do with this? They don't want to claim, but I do. So what do I do? Well, there's no obligation on the part of anyone to claim their citizenship. It's not mandatory. However, I can tell you they are already, just by way of this process, a Canadian citizen. So if your parent doesn't want to do this, you will still need to prove that your parent has the lineage that fits Okay, so you have to prove their parent. So that means a birth record for your parent. So there's no way around that one, unfortunately. But they don't have to apply. Now, based on what I just said, they are automatically citizens just based on this law. Um, what if they can't have dual citizenship or just don't want it? Okay. There's some very strong feelings about this new law. Um, Again, people are people. I've also had some issues where um, individuals, depending on their specific job, especially in the United States, they are not allowed to have a second citizenship. So, to these people, it could really impact their lives. So, what do they do? If that's the case, well, you renounce it. You renounce your citizenship. And I don't think people necessarily realize that it is a formal process. Okay. I'm hoping that this will come up and we can share it. Let me see what's being shared. Okay. I'm just going to reshare and show you this screen. Okay. You have to go through a process. It's not like I often get this question as well from people like my parent, my grandparent, they naturalized in the US. That's okay, unless they didn't do this. If they did this, then they are of no claim to citizenship and neither to you. Okay, but it's a process. Okay, but people need to know that this is there if they are of a case where they're just not able to have dual citizenship. All right, just making sure I have the right window back up here. Okay. The other thing I get a lot of is people believe what they believe. And it's almost like these urban myths that go around. So let me talk about a few of them. What do I need to know so I can pass the citizenship test? There isn't one. There is no citizenship test because you are actually saying to the government, I'm already a citizen. Okay. You don't need to be tested. I don't know how to speak French. This comes up a lot. Especially people have a misunderstanding that just because their ancestors were from Quebec, that's where they would need to live in Canada or participate in Canada. As a citizen, you can live and work anywhere in Canada. And there is no requirement to learn French, although I must say, it's if you do want to live in Quebec, I highly recommend that you put some effort into learning French. It's a beautiful language, and the Francophones in Canada are working very hard to maintain their Francophone history and their heritage. And a very big piece of that is our language. I got into trouble, or my mother got into trouble, or whatever, and I have a criminal record from long ago. So they're just going to refuse me. That's also a myth because there is no criminal record check. So again, remember how I said previously that this should help you understand why proper documentation and presentation of this case is necessary. The only backstop that the Canadian government has is to make sure that you truly have this claim. So you want to make sure your documents are excellent and you want to do this properly. Okay. We're not advertising for criminals to move to Canada. Okay. But if you are a descendant of Bonnie and Clyde, who, then maybe we want to talk a little bit more about your claim. This is another one too. People, they have health problems, so they're looking forward to using the healthcare system. Well, I'm afraid it's not that quick and easy because um, there's a difference between being a citizen and being a resident. You can be a citizen of Canada and never live here. You can also, because you are a citizen, you have the right to enter Canada, live and work anywhere as a citizen. So, in order to have access to some of our social support system, you have to live here. You have to establish your residency in Canada. You have to live here for, a minimum of 3 months in whatever province you settle in. And then you have to prove to the province that this is going to be your principal residence. Okay. I know here in New Brunswick, where I live, when you go and you apply for health insurance and they know you're a dual citizen or a newly arrived Canadian, they're going to have you do a mandatory, um, it's a proof document that shows that the majority of your time you're living in Canada. Um, we, you know, it, we welcome people to come here. The social support network is here for everyone. But in order for it to work, the people who live here need to pay into it. And the only way that happens, because we don't charge you taxes if you live outside of Canada, the only way that happens is if you are a resident in Canada and you contribute in some way. It's the same thing as our pension plans. You're not, unless you've contributed to them, for a minimum, I think it's 10 years, you have no entitlement to a Canadian pension. Okay, so just a few of the myths that you can't just scoot across the border when you have and go to the hospital. Of course, we'll look after you, no problem, but you're going to get a bill. Okay, and finally, I hear this one a lot too. I'm worried the quota is going to fill up before I can get everything together, and everybody's rushing to do this. um, there is no quota. Okay. This is now part of Canadian law. It's an act of parliament. It took many years, many legal presentations, approval through the House of Commons, over three separate votes have to be done through Parliament. And after that, it goes to the Senate, who also do three readings. And, if there's any changes, they go back and forth. And until we have three separate readings and votes on that, it will not take the next step, which is royal assent and becoming law. So maybe a good comparison, again, because I know I speak to an awful lot of Americans, it's a good comparison would be similar to changing the US Constitution. Okay, so there's no quota, but I can tell you, I think that Canadian immigration is going to really scrutinize applications closely. So, some of the realities that come up. Um, it's not as easy as people think. Okay. It's not as straightforward as people think. Some good examples. Here's some that came up. Can't find documents for my ancestor. Couple of reasons. Okay. Just an example, in Nova Scotia, there was a period of time when the province had no money to have a vital statistics office. So during that time, they didn't record births. Okay, so then what do you do? And there's also this idea that you're going to find a birth certificate. You won't, from before the early 1900s. You won't find a birth certificate. You'll find a birth record. So what do you do? And this could be other places too. I mean, what happens if the records were destroyed, lost in a fire, a flood, whatever? Okay. You have to start looking for other sources. So those would be things like birth records, baptism records. A lot of times it was the churches who managed the vital statistics of a region. Um, Catholics are amazing. They document everything, okay? And you might be able to find the baptism record that also shows when the child was born. It'll show who the parents were, etc. If your family was not Catholic, the United Church of Canada actually has a large database of Wesleyan and Protestant records from the era. Okay, and you don't just call up the local United Church or the local Catholic Church. You have to go to the Catholic diocese, and you have to go to like the United Church of Canada. Mormons have the most amazing genealogy records. However, they did not or do not, and again, I'm not of these denominations, so if I'm speaking out of turn, forgive me, but they do not baptize young children. Okay, so same as the Baptist. However, the Mormons, their head office is still in Utah. They have amazing records. They will be able to give you a lot of information. And for Baptists, then you're going to look for the convention. So, for instance, the Convention of Ontario, Baptist Convention of Ontario and Quebec, or Baptist Convention of Atlantic Canada. Okay, so those are really good resources. Other places would be school records, because there would be some type of listing of a child entering school that would prove their age and where they are at least. Um, is not 100% because you have to find a way to tie the child to the parent. And other things would be local papers listing births. So sometimes it was a big deal. You might have a birth listing once every 6 months. There weren't as many births then as we have now on a regular basis. Right? So this is another one. And I have some examples here I want to show you because this is a real application that I did starting back in 2024. Okay, 2024. So this was a first generation. So they had a claim before the law changed. And so the person, when they came to me, um, this is the document. Let me see. This is the document they brought me. Okay, and I just want to point out a couple of things. It's a certified copy of registration of birth. The date of birth is February 3rd, 1926. Okay, and the signature is the deputy registrar, George McElroy. However, notice the date that this was done, June 14th, 1943. Not unusual. The family still had the original document. Okay. So we used that. And I wasn't sure if it would work, but that's what we wanted to use. So we used that. And as I said, this started in 2024. It finally got resolved in 2026, just a little while, so over a year and a half. And this should not have been taken so long. So I'll show you why. Like I said, remember, date of birth, February 3rd, 1926. So I recommended, because it was being held up, that he approach the archives and go back to the archives and get a proper copy. Okay. And so he did. So this is what we got at the archives. And I'm sorry, it's not the best, oops, not the best photo, but it's not the best photo, but hopefully what you'll notice, see all the scratches in and out? A couple of things. This is the birth record from 1928, when it was entered into the registry. The date of birth is February 23rd, 2027. Okay. And interestingly, it's the same deputy registrar who signed the other one in 1943. So let me tell you what the story is about that. Because, of course, it took a year and a half to figure out there was a discrepancy. Back in, you have to remember, uh, so much of this has a little bit to do with history, okay? Because back in that time period, in 1983, this person would have actually only been 16 years old. So he went to the registry in New Brunswick to get a new birth record that lied about his age and made him 17 years old. Think about the era. In 1943, he wanted to join the military, and you had to be a minimum of 17 years old in order to join the military. So and people were very sympathetic to that at the time. And there were a lot of reasons. They just felt this duty to go and serve in the war. And also, I mean, times weren't so great then. So if a young man could enlist in the military, it meant that he got a steady paycheck and he could look after his family. So this person spent his entire life letting his family think he was a year older than what he actually was because he didn't want anybody to know about the ruse. Okay. So these are things that they happen. Okay. So this is where it's kind of a blend of understanding the history of the time and being familiar with Canada, um, and some of the things we went through as a nation that would be different than what you would have experienced. So you have to sort of dig into it. Once we found it, then we knew what the issue was and we could explain it. And I think this is probably one of the hardest ones that come up is somebody in your chain was adopted. This is a tough one, folks, because when somebody is adopted, to get citizenship, you can when you're adopted, but your parent has to go through a grant for adopted persons. And the difference is that direct citizenship by descent is normally backdated either to January 1st, 1947, when the Citizenship Act came into being, or to the person's date of birth if it's after that date. So, but with with an adoption grant, the grant of citizenship is normally the date of the application, not the date of the birth of the child. So if this is your, let's say this is your mom or your dad, if they happen to have been adopted, um, they can get their Canadian citizenship, no problem. Okay. Because they have to go through the adoption grant. So they're going to do it as of March, or was this July 2025 or 2026? See, I've lost a whole year. So their date of citizenship would be July 2026. That is not before you were born. So, for two reasons, they cannot do it. So, you can't automatically, unless your parent was to move to Canada, and because you're an adult, it still wouldn't help. Okay. So, this is one of the areas in the Act that has not been repaired. And I have I've personally written to IRCC to ask for guidance on this several times. Um, they haven't answered. And I think because they don't really want to confirm one way or another. Um, but I have noticed a few changes on their site covering adoptions. Just to, like, if I've had a lot of people coming to me who they were adopted, and as long as we can prove the parent, of course, we can work on theirs. But then, of course, they can't pass it on to their children directly. So I have a feeling in listening to colleagues that there could be a challenge to this again in the future. But don't hold your breath, because this first change took years and years and years. So it's going to take a long time for any changes. But this is one area of the citizenship law that is not fair and could create a constitutional challenge again. So now what? What's the next steps in all of this stuff? Okay. And how can I help you? So, how I work is I start with a consultation meeting. So, because everybody's case is very different, there's no one size fits all. Okay. And we'll go over everything in that meeting, find out what documents you found, talk about the realities you might face, challenges you might have. Um, And then I manage the whole process for you, taking it to IRCC. I, um, I'm your legal representative through the whole process. So whether that takes 1 year, 2 years, whatever. And you can see I just had one that took over a year and a half, and that should have been a simple one. If there are questions, IRCC is going to come to me, and I can deal with it as your representative. Okay, so with that, I would like to let people start asking questions. Are there some questions in there, Elena?
Thank you so much, Laurie. It was really great. Always learning something new from you. So it was amazing. I'm sure a lot of people on YouTube also will find it great. Okay, so let's see if we have any questions. I see a lot of questions were about other topics. So just a reminder, everyone, is that we are going to have a Q&A session at the end of the day today, where we're going to take like just all of the questions. Doesn't matter what questions are, all of the questions. But right now, we're just seeing if there's any questions about citizenship by descent. I know that it's very specific because because maybe not everyone has a Canadian lineage and Canadian ancestry. But let's just see if there are any questions that I see here. Let's see. Let me just check here. Okay, we have one question from Zubair. I'm born in 1979 and my father got citizenship, I assume Canadian citizenship, in 1997. Am I eligible?
If your father did not, okay, let me just, there could be two ways to approach this. Okay. If your father became a citizen in the 90s because he was the first person born outside of Canada, then yes, you can now pass it on. However, if your father moved to Canada and naturalized after you were born, no, you cannot.
Okay, and what if, let's just say, if his father moved to Canada and naturalized, and then he was born? So would that work?
Yes, as long as his father was a Canadian citizen before his birth.
Okay. Okay, so basically in terms of Bill C3, in terms of this new citizenship by descent law, the anchor ancestor, it can be either born in Canada or naturalized, right? Like it doesn't matter.
Correct.
Okay.
Correct. Yeah. Yeah. And if they're naturalized, then you're going to need their proof of citizenship. So it would be like their citizenship certificate, okay, that proves when they became a citizen.
Okay. All right, we have another question. Let me just read it first. Yeah, okay, so that's the kind of along the same lines, is that can a person born outside of Canada who got citizenship around like 10 years ago go pass on their citizenship to their children born outside of Canada who are in their 20s, 30s? So the answer would be no, because if the child is born before the parent acquired citizenship, then the parent cannot pass that citizenship to the child because the child is already born.
Correct.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that ties into the reasoning behind the adoption grants. Okay, because
Mm-hmm.
that, yeah.
All right. Okay, we have some questions. Just once again, want to remind everyone. So we have questions about like healthcare professionals. We have questions about electronics engineer. We will have actually healthcare professional presentation in a bit. We will have engineering, sorry, not engineering, but presentation for engineers possibly as well as part of our presentations today. And also all the questions not related to people's presentations, to panelists' presentations, will be taken at the end of the day. So make sure you join end of the day for any questions. Okay, what about my kids? They're born in 2011. Can my kids be eligible under Bill C3? So that's from the same person. So the same person is asking, what about my kids? If they were born in 2011, can they be eligible under Bill C3?
No, because if we're talking about the same case, when you do this, you have to prove your father was a citizen before you were born, which then makes you a citizen, okay, as of the date of your birth, which then allows you to pass it to your children. So if, like I see your question, you were born in 1977, but your father did not become a citizen until the 90s. Okay. So if he didn't become a citizen until the 90s, you were already in your 20s, right? So you cannot automatically become a citizen. So if that tells me that your father immigrated to Canada and naturalized here. Okay. So his naturalization happened after you were born. So that breaks the chain because then you cannot be deemed a citizen, which means you have no ability to pass it on to your kids.
Yeah.
So I know we're pretty great in Canada, so I understand how much you want to be one of us. So maybe find a different way to immigrate to Canada. And I have some amazing colleagues who are presenting through this, and they might have some good ideas for you too.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, well, that was great. Thank you so much, Laurie. I just yesterday just read that there are like some experts, they say that there are about 10 million Americans that are possibly eligible for or maybe Canadian citizens, so would fall under this. And I was shocked with the number, 10 million. That's like, what is it, like fourth of Canada, right? So because we're 40
Yes.
million. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I've heard those estimates too, and I'm not sure what's going to happen with this, but I do know that they are overwhelmed right now,
Yeah.
and be prepared to wait a long time to get your acknowledgement of receipt.
Yeah, that's for sure. All right. Well, thank you so much, Laurie. I know you're very busy today, so we're going to let you go. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much, Elena. I really enjoyed being here again. You have a great time with my colleagues.
Yes, we will. Thank you. And we're going to welcome our next speaker. And next speaker is Diandra. She's going to speak on the same topic, but a little bit different kind of lens of it. We're going to talk about mistakes. We're going to talk about all the things that can go wrong with citizenship by descent. And yeah, Diandra, thank you so much for coming. Super excited for your presentation.
Thank you for having me. I always say this is the most wonderful time of the year when we get to do the summit because I learn so much and I see all the really great questions from the audience. So I'm excited to talk to everyone today.
Yes. I can see in the chat people asking for agenda. So I'm going to just share it one more time just to make sure that everyone knows what's coming today, and then we'll jump into your presentation. All right. All right, guys. So this is what's coming today. Right now, we're having Diandra talking about common mistakes in applying for proof of citizenship. And then we're going to have Lotica talking about immigration pathways for healthcare professionals. I know that there are a lot of healthcare professionals in the room, which I love so much. And I really think that you guys really, really need to use this opportunity to really take advantage of immigration pathways in Canada. Right now is a golden time in Canada for healthcare professionals. So make sure you stick around for Lotica's presentation. Then we're going to have Ivie also talking about healthcare pathways in Alberta specifically, because Alberta presents some great opportunities there. And then we will have Anna and Mara. They will be both talking about different aspects of work permit, LMIA exempt work permits. So that's free trade agreement work permits, that's CPTPP work permits, which I know long abbreviation. I did not know what it means until Mara told me her topic. So so you will know what it is. And those are really, really great opportunities for those who would like to work in Canada. Those are simplified-ish ways to get work permits in Canada. And then we will close with Laurence talking about PR pathways for French speakers. I know we have a lot of French speakers in the room. We have some folks from Senegal, from Côte d'Ivoire. I know that there are a lot of you in the room, so stick around until the end. Laurence is a great presenter. And then in the end, we will have speakers from different days, from day 1, day 2, day 3 joining, and we will answer all of your questions as much as possible. Doesn't matter which topic, doesn't matter what the question is, we will try our best to answer your questions. So make sure you stick around. So after Laurence's presentation, we'll do Q&A. All right, so let's jump into Diandra's presentation now.
Okay, hopefully I don't have the same share problems.
Yeah, this time around we've had I blame Zoom. I blame Zoom
I
because we've
know.
had a lot of technical glitches, but Laurie was pretty good today, so hopefully everything goes well.
I'm keeping my fingers crossed that mine's good.
Yeah, looks all good to me. Yeah.
Yay. Okay, we got a full screen, yeah? Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for having me once again. I am really excited about this topic. I've been digging into this since before the bill actually passed, and oh my goodness, my favorite part is really just like hearing about people's family histories, like all of the little quirks and things that, cause people to migrate into the US or wherever they're from. And I've talked to people from the UK, uh, from Italy, from the US. It's been amazing just talking to folks and like learning about their family histories and seeing how they qualify for this program. It's been a bit of a beacon of hope for a lot of people, especially out of the US. Like Laurie said, it's been a controversial piece of legislation. But I think one thing to keep in mind about this is that with all of the things that are going on in the United States right now, for some people, this is a lifeline because they are in marginalized groups. They are in groups that are in danger. And this passing of Bill C-3 has given them a way to get themselves and their families out of those situations. So I'll dive right in. So my presentation is a little bit different from Laurie's because I'm going to talk about common mistakes that people have been making when applying for citizenship by descent. So before you submit, it seems so straightforward, right? But there are a lot of nuances that people don't understand before they dig into these applications. And because there's no language test, no, citizenship test, anything like that, a lot of people think like, oh yeah, I'll just do it myself. No worries, it's easy. But there's a few things that I want to point out. So I'll start off by just talking to you guys. Drop in the chat. Let me know where you're from today. I don't know if there's a lot of you here that are actually, eligible for this program and want to ask questions about this program. But if you are, if you're not, drop in the chat. Let me know where you're from. And if you're here talking about citizenship by descent, tell me, what generation are you? Like, where's your anchor ancestor? Is it your great grandparent, your great great grandparent? Drop it in the chat. Let me know. So while you do that, I'll go ahead and introduce myself. As Elena mentioned, my name is Diandra Whymms. I am an RCIC, and I specialize in helping people navigate the Canadian immigration system, whether that's through temporary residence, permanent residence, or through citizenship. And we work with clients across Canada and abroad to help them navigate the system with confidence. Since Bill C-3 came into effect in December of last year, 2025, it's actually become one of our most requested services. The consultations have been amazing and plentiful. And I'm looking forward to being able to talk to more people as time goes by. So what I want to highlight to you guys is that today I'll be sharing insights from actual files that I've worked on, from consultations that I've had, questions that have come up throughout those two things. So these insights are coming from real life examples to help you navigate the application process the right way. So Laurie touched on it. I'll just briefly talk about this. Bill C-3, the old rule was that you could only pass down Canadian citizenship for the first generation born abroad to a Canadian citizen. Since coming into effect, Bill C-3 removed that first generation limit. And now, as Elena and Laurie mentioned, the stats, right? Like it millions of people are now effectively Canadians, right? So that has been a boon for a lot of folks, especially out of the US. As we know, back in the 1800s, it was a little bit more free to move between Canada and the US. So a lot of people migrated from Canada to the US for various reasons, to serve in the military, to work on railroads, etc. So we have had this rule in place that only the first generation that was born to somebody who was a Canadian citizen could get citizenship, and now that's been removed. One of the key requirements about this, and you'll note it at the bottom, is that the citizenship must have flowed unbroken through every generation. So if you guys remember, Laurie talked about renunciation. So some people might have renounced their citizenship. Maybe their citizenship was revoked. If that happened at any point in the chain, then this might not apply to you. You might not be eligible to claim citizenship under Bill C-3 changes. So in terms of mistakes, I'll dive right into it. There's three broad categories of common mistakes that I'm seeing people make. The first is eligibility misunderstandings. The second, documentation errors. And the third is process mistakes. So we'll get into the first one, eligibility misunderstandings. These are, I find, the most costly errors because you're taking your time, ordering certified copies of documents, all of this stuff, investing time and money into a process, and you might not have been eligible for it in the first place. So I've seen it happen. It's devastating when you realize, like, I've worked so hard on this application only to find out I'm not even eligible for the program. The first one is assuming that you're eligible without tracing the full chain of your ancestry. So a lot of people come into a consultation with me and they're so confident that they qualify because they know that they have a grandparent or great grandparent. They have some ancestry in Canada. And it's really important to understand that the Canadian government has not put any limits on how far back you can trace. Right? So a lot of people are tracing 6, 7 generations back. And obviously that's a lot of work. So people are like, yeah, I definitely qualify, but they may not know that there was a renunciation or a revocation or something in that chain of lineage, and it removes that eligibility. So what you want to do is watch out for just stopping at your anchor ancestor without confirming what happened to citizenship in each generation. So the key thing here is that you want to go from the anchor ancestor and make sure that each generation up to you, that person would have been considered a Canadian citizen. That's really important. Don't assume the continuity of the citizenship. The next eligibility mistake is actually just misreading what Bill C-3 actually covers. And these are the questions that were asked at the end of Laurie's presentation. So assuming that, I got Canadian citizenship now, but my adult child benefits from it. Well, no, because that child was born before you got Canadian citizenship. So I've had inquiries and consultations with lots of people that are like, yes, I've seen this Bill C-3 out, and like my son who's in his 30s was born abroad. Is he a citizen? And like, no, he's not, because you just got your citizenship. I'm sorry. So that is a big one. Watch out for that. This does not apply to everyone. You really want to make sure that you are eligible before you go ahead and, start gathering documents and putting time and effort and money into this application. The second category is documentation errors. And this is going to be the meat of what I talk about here, because this is where everybody gets confused. You can fail with your claim for proof of citizenship if your evidence doesn't actually show the lineage properly, right? So the first thing you want to talk about is using secondary evidence without an explanation. So as Laurie mentioned, primary documentation would be things like birth records, birth certificates, death certificates, stuff like that. If you cannot locate one of those primary types of evidence, you want to be able to explain to the officer why you're using a secondary type of evidence, like a census record or baptismal record, or anything that is not kind of, as Laurie calls it, the gold standard of what they're looking for in terms of documents for a proof of citizenship application. So for my clients, I always tell them, make sure that you have actually contacted your relevant provincial vital statistics office first. Make sure that you know without a doubt that there is no birth record, there's no death record, there's no primary documentation, and you want to use that confirmation from the vital statistics office that there's no documentation to show the officer why you're using something like a secondary type of evidence. So these are things you are gonna print if you get an email from them. So I'll backtrack a little bit because previously we would say to get an official document from the government office that you are using to search for the birth certificate, right? But because there have been so many applications for this, just recently one of my clients came back to me and said they are saying that they won't issue an official document. They're just saying that they don't have a record. So I think that's fine. You have that email from that vital statistics office saying, we're not going to issue a certified negative search. We're not going to issue a letter of no record. We just don't have the document. We've done a search. We don't have the document. You want to keep that email. That's evidence that you tried, right? And that's what you need to show an officer so they know why I'm not seeing a birth certificate. Remember, these officers are processing a lot of applications every single day. And they only have a limited time to touch each application before moving on. So you want to make it as easy as possible for them to understand what they're looking at and why they don't see what they expect to see, which is a birth certificate or a death certificate. You want them to understand that really easily. So you want to include that written confirmation or email confirmation that there was no record found, and that's going to accompany your secondary evidence. The next is, and Laurie touched on this, I'm going to reiterate it because this is a big one. Everybody comes to me with printouts from Ancestry and Family Search, and they're like, is this enough? It's not. It is not. The processing officer wants to see official records. And you have to think in a very basic way that these platforms are just showing you copies of official records. They're not really certified copies. And guess what? Technology is really sophisticated. So if anybody can just go search on Ancestry, find these records, then they can also alter them, right? So this is why officers are looking for official documents, not a printout from Ancestry, not a printout from Family Search. What I tell my clients is that is a great foundation to lead your search. I'm glad you were able to find baptism records. I'm glad you're able to find census records on there. That's the foundation of your research. Now, that's going to lead you to where you need to go to find official records. And those official records will come from places like Library and Archives Canada, the Vital Statistics Office for whichever province your anchor ancestor is from. You want to use the genealogy website printouts as a basis for getting the official records, not as an official record to submit to IRCC for proof of citizenship. This one, big one. Talk to a lot of people with French Canadian heritage, so from the province of Quebec. And one of the things that is pervasive among all of these consultations I've had with the French Canadian ancestry is that when they migrated to the US, their names were anglicized. So they made their name into something easier to pronounce, basically in English, right? And that is a very common thing. But you can't just assume that the officer should know, like, yeah, okay, this name was turned into this name. You need to address it. You need to tell the officer that the family name is actually this. It was anglicized when my ancestor moved into the United States. And even better is to create what I like to call a name bridge so that the officer can clearly see that the person that you are tracing the ancestry from, your anchor ancestor, is the same person in the official documents that you're submitting. You want to identify every single name discrepancy across that document package. And remember, not only is it anglicization of French Canadian names, we're thinking about legal name changes too. Maybe your ancestry is on the maternal side and that female relative was married, right? And changed their name. You want a marriage certificate to show a maiden name, and you need to make sure that you include these types of documentation for the officers so that they know, like, this female ancestor is the same person, this is her married name, right? So those kinds of things you have to address for the officer. You want to make it as easy as possible for them to say, okay, that makes sense, yes. And finally, we're going to get into actual process mistakes. These are really simple procedural errors that cause you unnecessary delays, and in worst case, like a return of your application or refusal, right? I'm seeing lots of this. Many people are assuming that you can apply online for this. Right now, that is not available, especially because, again, as I mentioned before, there is no limit to how far back you can go. There has been no set limit from IRCC of how far you can trace your ancestry back. So the systems just are not equipped to handle all the information if you're tracing back 6, 7 generations, right? This is a paper application. Lots of people do not know that. It is a paper application. You are going to have to go old school and like put your package together, index everything, print out stuff. It's gonna be a kicker. It's like, think of it like building a little binder, right? This is a paper application. You cannot apply online at this time. And there's no online application. There's no online application for this. You are going to have to download the form as a PDF. You can fill it out on your computer so that, you know, everything's legible and everything. Fill it out on your computer, and then you need to print it and send it off. I'll add a little something here that's not on the slide, but the other thing is that people also forget that in addition to the application form, the CIT1, there's also a document checklist that needs to go along with this, and people do not get that one. It's called the CIT 14, and that is the document checklist that goes along with the CIT 1, the application for proof of citizenship. The next process error is making assumptions about the form CIT 1 and not really seeking any clarity on that, right? So a couple misunderstood areas that clients have come to me about. The very first question on the form has 4 options that are easy to confuse. They're asking you, well, what scenario applies to you? In cases for citizenship by descent, what you want to select is the option that says, I've never had a citizenship certificate. I was born outside of Canada, and my parent was a Canadian citizen before I was born. So I'm getting really clear on that, because that has been a question that's come up in almost every consultation I've had, right? Like, what do I put on this, like this first question? I'm confused. You want to select that third option. The second thing that a lot of people get confused about with the application form is the section where they ask for information on your parents and grandparents. So if you're tracing if your anchor ancestor is beyond a grandparent, there's no space for great grandparents or great great grandparents. But people just assume, like, okay, just put my parent and grandparent and that's it. Well, no, the whole point of the application is that the officer needs to see the lineage from the anchor ancestor straight to you. So you need to add supplementary pages. I've suggested to clients to, you know, either print another copy of that page with grandparents and just insert the great or the great great, whatever you need, and fill out the information for that ancestor. Or you can create a Word document and just give them the information that they've asked for about the grandparents, for the great grandparents, and so on. But you'll need to add supplementary pages. Otherwise, your application's incomplete. So you want to watch out for just kind of ignoring that, ignoring that question because you only see grandparents. If you're tracing further than your grandparents, you need to add extra pages. And this is a big one. I left this for last because I preach this one all the time, not including a cover letter. And I say this because I deal with a lot of clients that are doing their own applications. So I've met so many people that have literally written the book on their ancestry. So they're very experienced, they're very confident, but they just want kind of a professional eye, some clarity about things before they do the applications themselves. If you're doing your application yourself for proof of citizenship, include a cover letter, because that's what I would do if I was doing a full representation for you. If I was handling your case, I'm including a submission letter, as we RCICs call it. I find that people, especially when they're doing their own applications, they treat it just like it's a form filling exercise. Just fill out the forms and that's it. And when you do that, you're leaving the officer to guess at what the story is, at what the lineage is, how all of this fits together. A well-written cover letter, as I say here, it doesn't add to your eligibility, but it significantly reduces the chance of your application being delayed or returned because the officer can't figure out how everything fits together. You need to give them context, right? So watch out for submitting a package with no explanation when your file has things like name discrepancies, like we talked about earlier, where there's secondary types of evidence where you couldn't find a birth certificate or something, where maybe there's documentation that you had to include to bolster something else, right? Like, oh, I have a census record from the US. Here's another piece of documentation that supports that. You want to include things like that in a cover letter, an explanation letter. So when you draft an explanation letter, you're going to want to include like an introduction talking about why you're applying, an explanation of anything. Basically, try to put yourself in the same shoes as the officer and answer the questions that the officer would ask before they ask them. That is what that letter does. It's getting ahead of the officer's questions because, again, they are processing tons of these applications. And as you can imagine with paper applications, hey, an actual person is looking at this, right? They don't have a lot of time to look at it. Every application is going to look a little bit different because of, differences in how far back your ancestry goes and everything. You need to make this as easy as possible for them to look through. And that cover letter just kind of weaves the story together, right? That is a big deal. And that's why I saved it for last, because I wanted to spend a little extra time, kind of reinforcing that this is a big thing and you should include it. So just a quick glance of all the things that we talked about. At a glance, the common mistakes that I'm seeing across these C3 applications are assuming eligibility without chasing the chain. So don't invest your time and money and energy if you are not sure you are actually eligible. And that's where having a consultation with a professional like myself or Laurie or anybody, any RCIC or immigration lawyer that handles these types of applications, it's worth it to even have a quick 30-minute chat and make sure that you're eligible before you dive deep and get into the application and then find out that you're not eligible, right? Using secondary evidence without an explanation, not addressing name discrepancies across documents, misreading what the bill actually covers, not including a cover letter, that's the biggest one, making assumptions or confusion about the application form without seeking any clarity, attempting to apply online. Again, it's a paper application, guys. And big one, using genealogy website printouts instead of getting official documents. And for my last little bit here, I just wanted to compile a list of kind of tips and tricks that I've come up with, creative, not creative things that I've recommended that clients include as they apply. First is organizing your package. Again, paper application, we're gonna have to go old school and make it like a school project. Like if you want to put some of those little color coded, those little color binders and stuff to separate and index everything, do that. Make it easy for the officer to see what the story is and say yes, right? The other thing that I have recommended to my clients, hey, who doesn't like a visual? A visual makes everything easier. So if you haven't done so, use your friendly AI and get a visual family tree and include that one pager right there mapping the lineage from your anchor ancestor to you, so that the officer can clearly see, like, this is how we are connected, show their full name, birth year, place of birth, and that way the officer can verify that chain of ancestry without, having to dig and dive into every single document. Make sure you label your documents, number your pages, make sure you check against the document checklist, the CIT 14 that I mentioned earlier. Make sure you go through that with a fine-tooth comb and make sure that everything that's on that checklist for your scenario is included in the application package before you seal that envelope. And finally, this is really vital too. With paper applications, I always say that there is so much risk of like separation, right? Like when somebody opens your package, a page might go missing or something. In that case, an officer might contact you and say, like, your page numbers are like, it skipped from 7 to 9, there's a page 8 missing. And guess what? You can quickly retrieve things and send it if you keep a complete copy of what you submitted. And we recommend this for every type of application, not just proof of citizenship. You always keep a complete copy of what you have submitted, because if any questions come up, you can quickly flip through and answer them without any problems. And as a bonus tip, make sure that when you send these applications off, send it by tracked courier or registered mail, and keep that proof of delivery, because your processing time doesn't start from when you send it, it starts from when it's received at IRCC. So you want to do these things. You want to do all of these things, because right now the processing time for these applications is around 15 months and growing. So guess what happens if an officer returns your application? The processing time restarts. So you want to go through that with a fine-tooth comb and make sure that everything that is asked for, everything that you need to prove the lineage is in there, and you're making it as easy as possible for the officer to say, like, this makes sense, approved. And that's it. But I wanted to do a quick temperature check. Like, how, after my presentation and Laurie's, just drop in the chat. How confident do you feel about your knowledge of Bill C3 and citizenship by descent now? Are you super confused? Is it a little bit clearer? Or if you're here if you're here to get more insight before you apply, if you're eligible and you're ready to apply, like, drop that in the chat, let me know. And of course, let's stay connected. We do more than C3 applications. We do handle express entry, OINP, so that's the Ontario Provincial Program, East Coast PNP, spousal sponsorship, work permits, and also grant of citizenship for PRs, which Laurie mentioned, having that like 3-year residency requirement and getting your citizenship from PR status. We handle all of these types of cases, not just C3, so you can talk to us about anything. We have a QR code here you can scan to book a consultation, whether that's for C3 or any other type of case. And of course, you can find us online and follow us on all of our social channels. We are at Harbour Cave Immigration across all channels. And a final quick note, if you want more immigration insights, myself and my colleague Barbara have a podcast called Canada Unpacked. You can scan that QR code and follow us on YouTube, listen to us on Spotify. We give you immigration guidance through stories. So I'll leave that up so you guys can see contact information, scan the QR code if you need to, and open the floor up for questions.
Thank you so much, Diandra. Yeah, it was really, really good and really great. This process may get a bit overwhelming, let's put it that way. Yeah, I think I missed that part. Like, you were talking about processing times. So
Yeah.
how long is it expected?
So when I first started doing these in January of this year, the processing time was around 10 months. Now it is showing on the IRC website around 15 months, and that keeps growing. The other thing I didn't mention, and this question leads really well into that, is remember that it's not just IRCC processing times that you're looking at, it's processing times from those government offices where you need documentation from, and those are growing. Like, I had a client that came back to me and was like, Yeah, so I contacted like the archives in Quebec and they like automatic email came up. We can't guarantee 2-week processing anymore. Just that. We do
Yeah.
not guarantee any processing times. So keep that in mind.
Yeah, for sure. Like this is what I mentioned to Laurie before it came in, is that just yesterday I saw the number that it's about 10 million Americans that may be eligible for it, right? So
Yeah.
imagine, yeah, like the burden on the system, on those archives, on, IRCC, and definitely it's going to be like growing processing time. Like 10 million people is a lot of people. Like it's not like all of them are applying, obviously, but it's still like we can imagine the scale. And it's only in America, right? Because there are a lot of British people, also a lot of Australians, and a lot of from other nationalities as well. So we can only imagine the kind of burden on those institutions and archives and all of that. So yeah. Okay, let's see if we have any questions about citizenship by descent. All right.
I'm just
And
trying to
then, yeah,
Zoom.
if you want to pick up like literally any question, you can. I'm just looking through them.
I lost my Zoom window. Oh, there it
All
is.
right.
Okay. Nope, I still lost it. Where is it? Okay. Oh, it went
I mean, I'm just
small
checking
scale. Yeah,
YouTube
there we
as
go.
well. Yeah, those who are watching on YouTube, you can always put a question in the chat as well.
Yeah.
Still lost it. Where is it? Okay. Oh, oops.
Yeah, this one's really specific. So I know a lot of people are here at the summit just to find out about express entry, about work permits and everything. So that is totally okay if there aren't any specific questions about citizenship by descent. I will be here later on in the panel for Q&A about other topics as well.
Yes, let's just double check YouTube quickly. Let me just check 1 second. And yeah, like thank you so much. It was really, really great. It's definitely such a different application type from anything else.
Oh yeah.
So yeah, let me just see here. Okay, guys. Yeah, I think we're good. So we are going to then transition to the next speaker.
Thank you.
Once she's back. And thank you so much, Diandra. It was absolutely great.
Thank you
And
for having me.
yeah, we will bye. I know you're very busy. And we will be taking all of your express entry questions at the end of the day, guys. End of the day, we will be taking all of your questions and yeah, French speaking couple. Yes, absolutely, guys. We will be taking all of your questions. End of the day, for French speakers, just a reminder that there is Laurence's presentation coming up. She will be closing our summit today, and then after Laurence's presentation, we will be definitely taking all of the questions. All right. So while our next speaker is joining, let me just quickly go back to our agenda because I know that everybody is like jumping in, jumping out of the summit. And so you guys know exactly what's coming up. So you can plan your time and which sessions you want to join and which sessions you want to pay extra careful attention to. So what we did so far it was citizenship by descent. We had panelists Laurie and Diandra. And then now we're going to transition to healthcare topics. So we have two healthcare speakers coming up, Lotica and Ivie. And Lotica will be speaking in just a moment on Canadian immigration pathways for healthcare professionals. And then Ivie will be speaking particularly about healthcare pathways for those who would like to come to Alberta. So this is what's coming up. And then we will be welcoming Anna and Mara to speak about work permits. And as I mentioned, Laurence will be closing the summit with PR pathways for French speakers, which I'm very excited about because I know that you guys will we'll definitely enjoy that session. I know we have a lot of French speakers watching us. Okay. All right, Lotica, whenever you're ready, you can come on with your video. No rush, but we definitely can do that. Meanwhile, maybe I'll take some questions while Lotica is joining and figuring things out. Okay, so Ashesh is asking, I was not aware that Express Entry day was day one. You can actually go and watch the recording. So I'm just going to drop a link in the chat right now. If you ever want to like revisit, I know it's impossible, obviously, to watch all of 3 days. Every session is about 4 hours long, believe it or not. So yeah, those ones are long. And if you want to revisit any of the topics and any of the speakers, you can always do so here. I'm dropping the link in the chat. And then, of course, Ashesh, we will be taking your questions, Express Entry, or any other topic, really anything. We will be taking today at around 3:30-ish p.m. Eastern. So absolutely stick around. But yeah, thank you for bringing it up. Now, okay. Let's just see. Let me take some questions from you guys while Lotica is joining. Okay, I'll take a question from Richardson Lamarck. My wife was classified as a non-accompanying spouse because her WES credential evaluation was mistakenly done for educational purposes rather than for immigration. Super common mistake, easy to correct though, so no stress. But yeah, common mistake. So once we realized this, we submitted a new evaluation request and classified her as non-accompanying spouse while waiting to receive the new evaluation, so we could add it to the application. Unfortunately, I was selected from the pool before we even received the new evaluation. So here's the deal. Is that if your spouse, so my first question would be, so does your spouse want to come to Canada or doesn't want to come to Canada? Does your spouse want to receive permanent residency or doesn't want to receive permanent residency? Because if your spouse doesn't want to receive permanent residency, doesn't want to come to Canada, which is totally fine, and there may be a lot of different reasons why, then you don't need to worry about that WES credential evaluation. You don't need it. It's irrelevant. You don't need to do anything about it. However, if your spouse does want to come to Canada and does want to be included as accompanying spouse, then then her credential evaluation, her WES, yes, it needs to be done properly, and it needs to be properly like done for immigration purposes, and you would need to submit it with your application after you got invitation to apply. So you got invitation to apply, you still have 60 days like to wait, right? So you can still get that credential evaluation and then you can submit it. And yeah, so hopefully that answers your question. If you need more clarifications, more than happy to provide more clarifications. All right. Lotica, you're more than welcome to join anytime you're ready. Meanwhile, while you're figuring things out, I'm going to answer some more questions. Okay. Another question we have from a registered midwife from Nigeria. I have a diploma certificate, not bachelor, but diploma certificate as a midwife. But IRCC states that midwifery is a bachelor degree program. I just did my ECA and it's recognized to be a 3-year post-secondary education, giving me 120 CRS points. That's great. Exactly what I would get if I had bachelor's. I would like to know other chances of denial. No, there are no chances of denial. I'm assuming that you're talking about a foreign work experience. So if it is a foreign work experience, you midwife in Nigeria, you have a that work experience in Nigeria, you finished your education in Nigeria, like there's absolutely no problems that I see. So if we're talking about foreign work experience, then yeah, like all good. So you guys know for express entry that employment requirements, I think somebody mentioned this on day one of our summit, employment requirements in the knock number, for express entry, they're very like loosey-goosey. Like you don't need to follow them to a T. You need to worry about them only when we're talking about like really licensed professions, specifically licensed in Canada. So those employment requirements, they really come into play more when we're talking about Canadian work experience, and not always you need to worry about those. Okay, I see Lotica's presentation. Lotica, do you have ability to unmute yourself and to turn on your video? All right, while we're figuring out all the technical stuff, I'm going to take another question. All right, let's see. Oh, Lotica is here.
Hello. I'm sorry.
Hi. You're all good. Don't worry about it. I know we finished a little bit earlier with Diandra. That's why it was a little bit of a gap. But yeah, I think right now it's all good, right?
Okay. Can I you don't see my screen right now, right?
I do see a screen. It's all good.
Okay, wonderful. So what do you see right now?
I see the main slide, like the main.
So the Canada
Can you
is the main slide.
Yes. Can you like change the slides just so we can see, make sure that you can change them? Yeah, all good.
Okay,
Yeah,
wonderful.
perfect.
Okay.
Okay,
All
welcome.
right.
welcome,
Oh my
Lotica.
God, I can't believe I did this. I thought I had it all done. But anyways, thanks for your patience, everybody.
Yeah, no problem. We're excited because we have a lot of healthcare professionals listening to us right now. We've been getting questions from healthcare professionals during the whole 3 days. So honestly, your presentation is like really much awaited for.
Okay, wonderful. Good to hear that. I was actually going to say that if you're a healthcare professional, just type yes so that I know how many of you are here today.
Yes, from Chi. Oh, sorry, it just doesn't show up. Yes. Wow, many yeses in the room. Let's
Okay, that's
go.
wonderful. That's great. Okay, well, let's get started then. So, hello everyone. Thank you for being here. I really appreciate you being here. Just a quick introduction. Um, My name is Lotica Liddle, and I am the founder of Liddle Immigration. Um, I specialize in healthcare immigration, but I also do other types of cases, such as spousal sponsorships, PNPs, citizenship, so all kinds of places, but programs. But my niche is healthcare. So I'm really glad to be speaking about immigration pathways for healthcare professionals because, as we all know, Canada needs healthcare talent, but Canadian immigration can be complicated because there are so many different programs and each one has its own rules, their own eligibility criteria, and specific requirements. So my goal today is to help you think clearly about your options. And I want you to leave feeling encouraged, but also prepared. So as I said before, and I'm sure everyone is aware, Canada is facing a healthcare crisis. It's not a short-term staffing blip. We are facing a structural long-term gap between the healthcare the population needs and the healthcare professionals available to provide it. And immigration has become one of the most important tools Canada has to close that gap. As you probably have heard that IRCC announced earlier this year that immigration numbers for the next 3 years will be reduced. Here's the thing. When people hear that Canada is reducing immigration numbers, they assume that Canada is closing the door. And that is not the case. The more accurate message is that Canada is trying to stabilize its immigration system. And even though Canada is reducing the numbers, IRCC's public messaging specifically identifies healthcare as one of the key sectors where Canada wants highly skilled workers. This means that healthcare remains a priority sector. And as we have seen in 2026, express entry draws continue to include healthcare and social services. For healthcare professionals, this means that the opportunity is still there. Canada continues to need healthcare talent, but your route depends on your profile and your eligibility for federal or provincial programs. Being a healthcare professional does not mean that you will automatically get approval for permanent residence. It means that you should be building your PR strategy that fits the program that you're eligible to apply under. So, for example, a family doctor outside Canada, or a nurse already working in Canada, or a healthcare support worker in a rural community may all need different PR routes. So, as I said before, the strategy is figuring out which pathway fits your profile. Now, before we talk about specific pathways, I want to make sure that everyone has an understanding of how Canadian immigration actually works. Because the single most common mistake I see, and it has cost people money and time, is that people jump to a specific program without understanding the structure. Think of Canada's economic immigration system as operating under 3 complementary streams. The first is the federal stream, then the provincial stream, and then the community-driven stream. Healthcare professionals can qualify under programs administered through all 3 streams. And this is actually great news. It means that there are multiple possible pathways. Again, the strategy would be figuring out which pathway is the best fit for you. So the express entry is what most of the people know about. But you should know that express entry is not an immigration program. It is the management system that IRCC uses to run 3 federal immigration programs. So those are the Federal Skilled Worker Program, the Canadian Experience Class, and the Federal Skilled Trade Program. You probably know the process on how it works. So candidates submit a profile, receive a comprehensive ranking score, and then they sit in the pool. And IRCC then holds draws. Sometimes the draws are open to everyone in the pool, and sometimes they are targeted at specific categories. And then the invitation is issued and people apply. In 2023, IRCC introduced category-based selection within the express entry system. The first draw that took place targeted healthcare professionals. And since then, IRCC has been regularly conducting draws under the healthcare and social services category. Last year, 14,500 ITAs were issued to healthcare professionals under this program. There is a list of 37 occupations that fall under this category. And to be eligible, you need at least 12 months of full-time or equivalent part-time work experience in the last 3 years in a single eligible occupation. And as I said, your occupation must be on the eligibility list. Also, to qualify, you must be eligible for either the Federal Skilled Worker Program or the Canadian Experience class. The introduction of healthcare and social services category-based draws has been a game changer, as it allowed healthcare workers to get their PR without having CRS scores in the 500s. For example, in the last 2 healthcare draws, the cutoff score was 476 and 472. So healthcare workers have really benefited from category-based draws. So to continue the story on how Canada is trying to attract healthcare workers, earlier this year, IRCC announced a separate express entry category specifically for foreign medical doctors with Canadian work experience. And this isn't the same as the general healthcare and social service category. The physician category is for doctors who have at least 1 year of full-time Canadian work experience as a medical doctor within the last 3 years, and they have to be eligible for one of the express entry managed programs. The other announcement that IRCC made this year is that they have set aside 5,000 reserved spaces for provinces and territories to nominate medical doctors who have job offers or letters of support. And this is outside the normal allocation that each province has for their own PNP program. And once nominated, doctors can then apply for an expedited work permit processing while their PR application is being processed. This is a significant development. It's sending a strong signal that Canada is actively targeting physicians. If you are a nurse or any other healthcare occupation, do not underestimate your options. The Healthcare and Social Services Express Entry category was built with this group in mind. Since its introduction in 2023, thousands of nurses and other healthcare professionals have received their PR through category-based draws. Here's something you should be aware of. In 2026, IRCC raised the minimum experience from 6 months to 12 months. So make sure that you meet the new eligibility criteria. If you're a healthcare worker outside Canada, my advice to you is to start with understanding the licensing process and then decide which program would fit your profile. And don't wait for the licensing process to finish before planning immigration. Build both tracks in parallel. Now, a lot of people focus only on their CRS scores because they think that the only way to get their PR is through one of the express entry programs. But healthcare is very province-driven. because provinces are also trying to solve the healthcare workforce problems that they are facing. So every province has their own program to attract healthcare workers. Also, a provincial nomination through an express entry aligned PNP program adds 600 CRS points, which almost guarantees an ITA. But, and unfortunately, there is a but. Most of the provincial programs require a job offer and proof of licensing. Some provinces like Alberta, BC, Saskatchewan, and Nova Scotia have dedicated healthcare pathways. These are more direct pathways, which means that the process to apply for permanent residency is more streamlined. However, the eligibility criteria is usually a combination of occupation, job offer, licensing eligibility, and your intention to live and work in that province. Other provinces use expression of interest-based selection to conduct their healthcare focused draws. But whether it is a dedicated healthcare pathway or an expression of interest, the strongest applications are those that combine four things. The first is a qualifying job offer, licensure to practice, strong language results, and an eligible employer. For healthcare professionals, it's not just about picking a province. It's really about understanding the right pathway based on your occupation and licensing and your eligibility criteria for that particular program. So in the interest of time, I won't go through all the PNP pathways. I'll just give you a high-level overview of only the dedicated healthcare pathways. So the first is Alberta, and I'm actually going to skip Alberta because my colleague who will do her presentation after me will be talking extensively about the dedicated healthcare pathway. So you should wait to hear her presentation as well. So let's talk about BC. So BC has the Health Authority stream. It is designed for healthcare professionals who have a full-time permanent job offer in an eligible role with one of the province's public health authorities. And what makes this stream especially appealing is that eligible candidates can apply directly through an employer-supported pathway. So they don't have to compete in regular draws. Saskatchewan's health talent pathway is employer-driven and works really well for healthcare workers who already have a confirmed job offer. It is also open for overseas applicants. And to qualify, you need a permanent full-time job offer in the healthcare sector from an approved Saskatchewan employer. And Nova Scotia offers one of the most straightforward pathways for physicians. It's focused on roles like family physicians, general practitioners, or specialists. And for this program, you need a job offer from Nova Scotia Health or the IWK Health Center. Okay, so I know I had said I wasn't going to talk about provinces, but I think I should address Ontario. So not sure if you have heard that Ontario is redesigning the OINP program and announced that as of May 30th, all 9 OINP streams have been cancelled. applications that were submitted before May 30th will be processed based on the eligibility criteria that was in place at the time you applied. However, at this time, there is really no clear update on whether the expression of interest profiles that was submitted before May 30th will be carried forward or cancelled. And we don't know when the new OINP would be launched. But I'm quite certain that there would be a stream for healthcare in the new program that Ontario launches. So let's talk about the rural and francophone community pathway. The rural community immigration pilot and the francophone community immigration pilot are designed to connect skilled workers with communities that have real labor needs. And there are 18 communities in this program. I just want to stress that these pathways aren't just about occupation. They are for healthcare professionals who are genuinely open to working in and living in smaller communities. And so for these, you will need a job offer from a designated employer. You will have to fulfill the language and education requirements. And in some cases, you might need to show settlement funds. You will need to prove that you are actually planning to live in the community. For French-speaking healthcare professionals, the Francophone pathway can be especially important. Canada is also prioritizing Francophone immigration outside Quebec. One of the sessions later this afternoon is going to be on Francophone immigration. So I would encourage you to attend it. So if you are thinking of applying, these are the 3 questions that you should ask yourself. The first is, what is your occupation and NOC? And remember, your NOC should be based on your duties. If you've attended earlier presentations, you do know that your NOC is based on your duties and not on your job title. Then figure out if you can enter the express entry through either federal skilled worker or through CEC. Then look at all the PNPs and see if you are eligible for one of the PNP programs. Do you qualify for one of the category programs, such as healthcare or physician category? And does your profession require licensing? And least but not the last, do you have the documents to prove what you are claiming? So your education, your language, your licensing, etc. So I want to quickly go through some of the assumptions that people have, which come up in my consultations. One of them is that people are assuming that if they are in healthcare, it means that they will automatically get their invitation. And really, the reality is that the category-based selections can improve your chance, but there is no guarantee. You still have to be eligible for either the Federal Skilled Worker Program or the CEC to be even eligible for category-based invitation. The second is, and this really surprises me, because people still think that they get CRS points for a job offer for arranged employment. And so in March 2025, IRCC removed the CRS points for arranged employment. but a job offer can still matter for your PNP if you're applying under a PNP program. And then the other thing, and I know you've heard it a million times in these past 2 years, is that your job title does not prove you're not. Your job duties is what you should be looking at. And the other thing that people normally get confused about is that PR and licensing are the same pathway. They are not. They are separate systems. If you get a PR, you do not have you cannot practice. You do need a license if you are in a regulated profession. The other thing is that people seem to think that the bigger provinces are better. I always tell them that really what should matter is your credentials and the demand that a province has, and whether you have the profile to fit in the programs that they are offering. And the last one I want to talk about is, people seem to think that they will put in their PR profile and then work on their documents later. And I always tell them that, once you get your ITA, you only have 60 days. So build your documentation package before you enter the pool. So if you are a healthcare worker seriously thinking about Canada, this is a really good time for you, because Canada is really looking for healthcare workers. There is a real shortage of healthcare talent. And here's a practical framework that I give to healthcare professionals who are serious about moving forward. So the first thing is, confirm your NOC, gather your employment proof, book or improve your language testing, and then map your immigration and your licensing strategy. Well, that is the end of my presentation. Thank you very much. I hope you found the information I provided helpful. If you need help figuring out the best pathway for yourself, you can book a consultation with me. And I am offering a 20% discount on consultations till June 19th. So take advantage of that. You can also connect with me on social media through LinkedIn, Instagram, and TikTok.
Thank you so much, Lotica. That was great. Okay, so I dropped in the chat, if you're watching this on Zoom, I dropped in the chat all the details for consultation for Lotica. And then if you are, actually, I need to add that there is a promo code there. Okay. And then on YouTube, you can find all the details. Oops. It disappeared, Lotica. The presentation disappeared.
Oh, my presentation disappeared. Oh my goodness. Okay, just give me 1 second.
And then those who are watching on YouTube, you can see Lotica's information in the description of the video. We're going to be taking questions in a second. So please type your questions either in YouTube chat or in the chat box here. I can see already some questions. Let me just do this. All right. I'm just going to drop again the promo code for Lotica's consultations. And yeah.
Lena, can you still see me? For some reason, I've lost my presentation.
That's okay. You can just
okay.
stop sharing. That's fine.
Okay. How do I stop sharing now? Just give me 1 sec.
Yep, no problem. All right, so I can see the questions are rolling in. We have a pretty good time to respond to your questions. So we're probably going to get to most of them or all of them. So yeah, we're going to start taking them in just a second. Actually, okay, Lotica, I stopped sharing it for you, so you can just come back on and you're good. You just need to unmute yourself and come back on.
All right, here I am.
Yeah,
Here I am.
perfect.
Okay.
Okay, we're all good. So, do you see the chat or in Q&A box? Do you want to go through questions yourself, or you prefer me reading it to you?
Well, why don't you read a couple and I'll look up as well.
Yeah, for sure. Okay, so let's start. Realistically speaking, how practical is it to get a valid job offer from an employer in healthcare industry in Canada when applying from foreign country?
Right. So what I have found in my experience is that if you have your license, a Canadian license, it is much easier for you to get a job offer. I see a lot of doctors coming into Canada and they had started their licensing process and got their license, and same with nurses. So it's easier to get it that way. But if you don't have a license to practice, then employers would not really look at you, basically.
Yeah, 100%. Yes. Okay, along the same lines, so we have a question. So once you get a registered nurse license from a province, how possible it is to get the job offer from outside Canada?
Yes, so really it depends. If you have a PR and a license, like if you have you're going through your PR process and you have your ITA, it's much easier to get that. But there are certain employers, if you have your license, they would look at giving you an LMIA, right? If you have that, depending
Yeah,
on
so
where, yeah.
so basically if you get your license as a registered nurse, and it is possible to find an employer who would be willing to do LMIA, which is a work permit
Yeah.
process. Yeah. Um, Okay, so interesting comment. So from doctors' experiences on YouTube, they usually get their PR in 2 months after ITA, unlike non-healthcare professionals who usually take 5 months. Have you ever
Yes.
seen doctors process
Mhm.
faster?
Yes, yes. So IRCC, because there is such a shortage of doctors, IRCC is fast tracking physicians. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Now we have a question. I'm a registered nurse living in Kuwait. My employer isn't providing an employment letter. Is there any other way to provide a proof of employment?
Well, yes, there are ways, and you have to be very creative when it comes to that. So, you can you if you've been working with this employer, chances are that you have your contract that you signed or your employment offer that you would have signed. You need to show your pay stubs, or you need to show if you've had any performance appraisals. Most of the time, employers do that. You can show that, but you have to really be creative and figure it out. How you can present it, because every employer is different. If you're working in a big organization, I know that in larger organizations, every year employees have to go through performance approval, performance. With their
Reviews?
managers to see how they are doing. So that is a great document to present. Again, you can show your pay stubs, which is a good proof as well.
Yeah, sounds
And
good.
to prove your duties, if your employer has done any job postings, you can show those job postings that align with your job. So there are many ways to do that, but ideally IRCC does like us to provide them employment letters.
Yes. All right. Just going through some questions that are more relevant to specifically healthcare. So, okay, we have. Okay, so this is a good one. So how convenient it is to get help to get a job in Canada from the USA as a certified nursing assistant and certified dementia practitioner. So from USA to Canada.
You know what? I'm going to have to look at your knock because I know that there are certain professions that, healthcare professions that are being streamlined these days, especially from the US, like nurses, for example. In Ontario, they have streamlined the process for nurses from US to come to Canada. And same, I think BC and Alberta have done the same thing. So I really have to look at your NOC code to see if it falls in one of those areas. But if you are licensed in US and it is a licensed profession in Canada as well, the chances of you transferring your license are very high because, as I said, anybody coming from US, Canada does does look at their license and the process is pretty fast.
Yeah. Okay, quick question. Do physicians need a license to work as a physician assistant? I think it's safe to assume yes.
So yes, so some provinces are actually putting in a process where if you are a physician and you don't have your license yet, you're going through the process, so you've done most of it. You can work as a physician, and also even if you are a physician with full license, you can still work as a physician assistant.
Okay, sorry, just reading this one question. Okay, Zubair really wants us to answer this question. It's not really, I don't think it's really applicable to healthcare topic, but I have been refused visitor visa 3 times. My wife 2 times. We're applying for express entry. What do we expect it to do? Nothing, because it doesn't matter. You can be refused 25 times for visitor visa. It doesn't have any impact on your express entry. So that is irrelevant really for express entry. And then I'm medical lab assistant, and my wife works as a virtual property manager. Can she use the NOC of residential property manager in her application? So that would be really difficult to say. So what I would suggest is that get her duties and honestly, like, come back for our Q&A session at the end, because you don't, like, I don't know what NOC number she is unless I know the set of duties that she performs. So what does she do every single day? So get from her duties, like usually like 5 to 8 bullet points. You can come back to Q&A session and then we can see which NOC number it is. So that would be the best one. All right, we have a certified healthcare assistant from Nigeria. What are my chances? Very general question, but maybe Lotica, you can comment on that.
Yeah, so I really don't know what qualifications are required to become a certified, what did he say he was? Certified?
Healthcare assistant.
Healthcare assistant. So I don't know what the qualifications are, honestly, for to become that in Nigeria. So it's very hard to answer this question because I don't know what the comparable job in Canada would be until I actually see the job duties. But again, I'll have to, I can't answer that question until I have the full picture.
Okay, just to clarify also as well, is that nobody's getting you a job in Canada. It is, your responsibility to like find an employer. If anybody ever offers you a job in Canada for a fee, then you probably want to run away as fast as possible from that person, because that's just not something that is allowed. So I just saw a couple of questions in a Q&A box about that. So just wanted to make sure that everybody knows is that there are a lot of scams out there, and there are a lot of people that taking advantage of immigrants. There are a lot of people who want your money. So make sure that you don't pay anybody for any jobs, because those jobs don't exist. Now that being said, there are, obviously people who specialize in this, especially for healthcare
Oh,
professionals.
Elena, something happened to your mic.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it's very, very low now.
Strange. Okay, is it better now?
Yes, better.
Okay, very weird. But yeah, long story short is that there are people who may be able to help you, but just, if it's too good to be true, it's probably too good to be true. So
Yeah.
don't pay anyone. All right. Can I contact you to view my credentials to see what options may I have from the USA? I'm going to drop once again Lotica's contacts below. Reminder that she has Summit 2026 promo code. Just typed it out, and definitely you can contact her. Okay, we have as a IEN can I relocate? You know what is IEN? Because I don't.
International Educated Nurse, yeah?
Okay, good.
Yeah.
Can I relocate as a PR and then later on write a licensing exam in Canada?
Yeah, a lot of people do that. Like if you have, enough points to get you through the PR process, you definitely can come to Canada and then start your licensing process. And you will also be eligible for the healthcare category because you don't need a job in order to be eligible for the healthcare category draw. So if you have enough points, you can definitely come to Canada and then go through the licensing process.
Yeah. Should I apply for ECA from ICAS, as I did my diploma and then degree afterwards in nursing? I was told that I can get the points for 2 or more certificates. Is that true?
Yes, it is true, but it really depends where you got your certificate from. And until you get it assessed, it's hard to tell. But yes, you do get points for 2 or more certificates.
I'm a okay, this is to tell. I'm a registered nurse here in Alberta on work permit for 5 months. Where do I start from to get a PR?
Great. Well, you are in a very good position because you have your work permit. So you can, even though you don't have 1 year experience in Canada, you will to be in the Canadian experience class. If you might still be eligible for the federal skilled worker program. So I would suggest that you put your profile in the express entry pool, and then you will be eligible for the federal skilled worker program. Once you have your 1 year of Canadian work experience, then you will be eligible for Canadian experience class as well as the category-based selection. But if you have enough points right now, I would say that you put in your profile.
Yeah. Okay, and yeah, we have some questions from French speakers. So just a reminder, we have Laurence coming in at, let me tell you what time, 3 p.m. Eastern, to talk all about French pathways for French speakers. We have somebody from Cameroon who is fluent in French and English. We have several people in Q&A box. So please make sure you stick around for Laurence's presentation, and then we'll take your questions then. All right, let's see any other healthcare questions we got. Let's just see. Last call for questions for healthcare. Okay. And I want to just say that if the fact that Canada is targeting healthcare professionals, it's a pretty solid and foundational, because we always have a need for healthcare professionals. There's always, as Lotica said in her presentation, there's always, demand in those. There's always shortage of healthcare professionals. But in terms of specifically immigration, Honestly, like I've been doing this for 10 years, and I can tell you is that the windows usually are open for pretty short period of time. Catch your window, because if you're listening to this today, you're a healthcare professional, and I can tell you right away that you have great options for those who are willing to put an effort in and willing to get that, immigration paperwork done. You have great options. However, in 1 year from now, it may be absolutely not the case. So the same applicable to French speaking people, the same thing. I always say catch your window, because in immigration in Canada, things that are good, that are easy, they usually don't stay open for very long time. So I always want to like see the urgency when clients want to immigrate, because you should be urged. Okay, we have
And
another.
that is so true, Elena, because there have been so many instances whereby people jumped into a program and then that was closed, right? So it's very important to sort of just get into it while you have the opportunity.
Exactly. Yes. It's just people, we have a little bit different perspective being in the industry and seeing how dynamic it is. But for somebody who, for example, is, in Cameroon, they think is like, oh, that's how it is in Canadian immigration. Like they want healthcare professionals. So they don't have really that understanding that it's like, oh, it's just today they want them. Like tomorrow, maybe it's different, right? So I always want to urge people, because I hate seeing people losing literally their chances of their lifetime, right? Like it's a change for your kids, it's a change for your family. It's like literally you can have this like beautiful life, but you have to really like move on it. You have to really catch that opportunity.
That is so true.
Yeah. Okay, we have a couple of questions. We have 3 minutes left before our next speaker. So, can LPN qualification exam be written outside of Canada, or must it be in Canada?
So that is for the nurses, right? Yeah, LPN is I believe for nurses. Do they mean NPN or do they mean NCLEX?
Yeah, I don't know. I think it's maybe just generally let's talk about nurses.
Right,
Like,
right. So I would say an NCLEX can be written outside, but I'm not sure about LPN at this point, because I didn't know that there was a special exam for LPN. I've only dealt with NCLEX exams.
Okay, but it can be from outside. That's interesting.
Yeah.
Okay. I have my CRNA and BCC and M license, and I'm currently in Canada, but my work permit is restricted for only home childcare provider and no time set to get my PR. What advice do you have?
So it's in-home provider then.
Yeah, so that's different.
Yeah, that is different. So they won't be eligible, at least their points wouldn't be for their federal skilled worker program. And it's interesting because people come to Canada with a lot of other experience as well, right? So sometimes you are doing that work in Canada, but back home you've got years of experience as a nurse. So you're still eligible to apply through express entry. Your Canadian experience might not count, but that's not to say that you wouldn't have enough points to come to apply for under federal skilled worker program. So it's always good to sort of look at that as well.
Yep.
So I would suggest go and take a look and see what your CRS score is, and then you can apply.
Yeah. Okay, so let's do this one. I have completed my credential evaluation and hold a valid 5-year Canadian visitor visa, and working in Finland as a practical nurse, and have more than 10 years of experience as a registered nurse from Nigeria. I would like to work in Canada as a PSW or healthcare support worker to start. Do I need a Canadian PSW certificate?
Yes, you do.
Yeah.
You would, yeah.
Okay. All right. I think let me just do one more check if we didn't miss any questions, and then we're going to be getting ready for our next speaker. Let's just see. One more check, but I think we answered most of the questions for sure for the healthcare part of things. Yeah, I think we're good. All right, guys.
Great.
Yeah, Lotica, thank you so much for this. I'm just going to one more time leave Lotica's information in the chat if anybody is interested. Just a reminder, the promo code is Summit 2026. You can also contact Lotica on LinkedIn, on TikTok. You can just put her name into the Google and things will pop up. So, so you can reach out to her. Yeah, thank you so much. It was
Well,
really,
thank
really
you.
great. Thank you.
Goodbye.
Okay. All right. So as we are waiting for our next panelist, let's see some questions. So let's see some questions. Okay, if you could copy your question once again, Kifaya, that would be great. And then I'll make sure I'll put a pin on it. All right, Ivie, how's it going?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, all
Awesome.
perfect.
Cool.
Okay, welcome. I'm excited to welcome you. So on the healthcare topic, we continue. So Ivie is here to present us on Alberta healthcare pathways. And I personally know nothing about it, so I will definitely learn a lot. We do only Ontario immigration, so that's why usually just for everyone who is watching, usually when you are working with the immigration consultant or a lawyer, I would recommend working with a person who is in the province of your destination because, for example, we're in Ontario, so we work with Ontario provincial programs. If Ye is in Alberta, she works with Alberta immigration programs, right? And this is generally speaking how it works because there are more than 100 provincial programs and it's impossible for somebody to know all of them. So Ivie here is a specialist on Alberta. Okay, we can see your screen.
You
I
can?
think we're
Okay,
all good to
awesome.
go.
All right, great. Thank you, Elena, for this opportunity, and thank you everyone for watching. If you've been here since day one, kudos to you. I'm sure you've been able to identify your starting points or where you want to focus your attention in getting prepared for Canadian immigration journey for yourself. So thanks for coming. I will be specifically speaking on Alberta Advantage Immigration Pathway, shortly known for called AAIP, and specifically on the little niche of dedicated healthcare pathway. So thank you, Lotica, for just setting the scene for us for healthcare workers. I did listen and saw I heard the lots of questions that came up. Hopefully, you guys can gain a little bit of information more on specifically what Alberta has to offer for healthcare workers. So who am I? My name is Ivie Ayemere. I'm an RCIC IRB. I have 17 years of stories as an immigrant. And what does that mean? That I have been an immigrant in 2 different continents or country. I was born in Nigeria. I've lived in the UK and studied, and I have also lived and studied in Canada, and I have gone through certain parts of immigration journey as an immigrant, but now I'm a citizen of Canada. And through that journey in Canada, I fell in love with just researching about immigration and found myself in the Canadian immigration industry in the last 6 years and counting. I specialize in PNPs, Alberta, where I am, BC and Saskatchewan and Manitoba, but specifically for BC, I sort of found myself in the healthcare space where healthcare workers were being nominated by BC and asking me to help them with the application. But today we're going to look at what Alberta has to offer. I have helped some individuals in Alberta, especially graduating students who are in the healthcare space, and also deal with spousal sponsorship. So that's kind of what I do in Anavi Immigration Consulting. I shuffle between the two cities or two towns or cities in Alberta, Lethbridge and Calgary. Hopefully I'll be situated in one place very soon, but I started my immigration journey in Canada in Lethbridge where I schooled, so I will forever love that town. And what is my mission? I just love helping people get PR. It's like once I get that information that you're either starting that journey, I get excited, and I just love being a part of that story the best way I can. So that is my mission, to help you get PR in Canada. So I just want to do a temperature check. Where are you at? You know, are you, as a healthcare worker, are you looking at doing your professional licensing? There are a lot of questions with Lotica about whether you could do it inside or outside Canada. So put one in the chat if you've already submitted or you're in the middle of the process of doing it, whether for Alberta or any province. And two in the chat if you have submitted a worker's expression of interest profile for Alberta, but you have no ITA or you're just waiting based on draws to happen. Three in the chat if you have actually submitted a PMP application to the province and you're just waiting for a decision. And four, if like I've heard of AAIP all the time, but I don't know what it is, I want to know more. And five, if you're just like, okay, what are you talking about? Just to give us an idea of what where you guys are at. I'll just take a look. Oh, someone says they're on 1 and 4. Okay, great. Hopefully I can give you some more information and help you in your journey. I see some 5s here. But yeah, let's see what we can learn and what can happen by the end of this summit. Okay, so who is this pathway for? Sorry, did I skip 2 slides? 1 second. Just bear with me. Yeah, I think I double tapped. I'll just share that again. You can see my screen okay?
Yeah, it's all good, all perfect.
Okay, all right. What is the AAIP dedicated healthcare pathway? It is designed for specific qualified healthcare workers across the 9 eligible occupations. And it is a way for Alberta to bridge the gap in healthcare workers that are needed. And what the 2 routes that you use for this to get qualified or eligible for it is either you're going through the express entry route or the non-express entry route. Bear with me and follow me, it can get confusing. Why do we have to have both express entry coming into PMP? But the great thing is that because of the federal level or the massive pool that express entry is, most provinces do go in and look for eligible candidates. So this is a good thing. Right. So as long as you have a job or you're working in a job in Alberta in one of these occupations, you can use this opportunity to get PR faster. And then once you're nominated by the province, you will have to apply for PR. And then who is this pathway for? So what are these eligible occupations we're talking about that is being niched down within the Alberta AAIP space? We're talking about physicians, registered nurses, LPNs, that's licensed practical nurses, nurse practitioners, physician assistants, occupational therapists, physiotherapists, clinical social workers, and psychologists. And under all of these titles are the regulatory bodies that handle them. If you're in this space, I'm sure it's already familiar to you, or if you're just starting your journey, if you put into Google these acronyms, you can kind of start studying because each of these regulatory body has their own criteria and processes that they would use to license you in this occupation, whether you're inside Canada, outside Canada. Of course, if you're inside Canada, you probably have heard about them through your work, or if you studied in Canada and you're now working, you must have gone through this licensing process after your graduation. Now, as a general overview, licensing requirement, which Lotica also touched about a little bit in her presentation, but as a summary, if whether you're inside or outside, basically what the licensing requirement will cover will be you showing that you have the academic qualification to practice in this space. You will have to have a proficiency in either French or English, depending on the province you're approaching. But Alberta is dominantly an English-speaking province. You would either have to have completed a national exam or a requirement based on where you are at. So this will vary depending on whether you're graduating from a Canadian institute or you're outside Canada, you're trying to transfer your license, or you're practicing in that space already. And most of these regulatory or licensing requirements are something that is done yearly. So it's always active and put to date. So depending on how you transfer or what you're doing, also there is ethical assessment that is being done generally in most of this regulated occupation. So bear that in mind. And then if you're internationally educated, you will have to go through the credential verification. And based on the assessment of that, based on your regulatory body, you will be given like a plan, an out plan, whether it's either you're having supervised pathway or steps to follow to get to the licensing, or they will recommend a bridging program. I think I've heard that sometimes based on your assessment, you might get a study plan, or they might give you courses to do to bring your license up to par to whatever level it is done in that province. So bear that in mind, especially if you're internationally educated. If you're in Canada, all of this is already incorporated in either before you got the job or while you were studying. Now, keynotes for this program, it is open to healthcare workers inside and outside Canada and inside and outside Alberta. But obviously, if you're working, one of the key or major criteria is that you have to have a job offer already working with an Alberta employer. So I just want you to know that even if you don't have a job now in Alberta or you're outside Alberta, you're looking to move to the province, it is open to you. You just have to secure that job. Applicants must identify NOC code. If you were here with us day one, we had my colleague Mary and Daria talk about NOC, and with those in the space of Expert Century, which was the theme for the day, a lot of questions came up about NOC code. So with this dedicated pathway, because it's just 9 occupations, it's kind of easy to identify the NOC code based on your title. But if we learned anything from day one, our title is not what RCIC looks at. It is your job duties. So I would want you to do a little bit of research and be sure on your NOC, look at your job title, look at your duties. Even if you call yourself a physician assistant, what are the duties of a physician assistant? Is that what you actually do at work? Can you document those things? So this is very important, because you're going to get assessed by Alberta, not only by your job offer, not only by your provincial licensing. They do go into the nitty-gritty of the NOC code and all of that, because you need to think about it this way. They're going to nominate you for PR, wanting you to work and live in the province. So they would want the initial assessment to be up to par to the PR assessment. So just look at it as doing the first work that eventually will get you to the PRO journey or approval that you want. So Alberta as a province, when they're assessing their PMP applications, they are very strict on all of these things. Okay, so an easy way to look at it, I am a formula person, so I threw that on the slide. If this is getting too complicated, just look at it as, okay, what pathway or what route am I using for this? Once I have checked the box of I work in this occupation, I have done my licensing requirements in Alberta. So am I going to do the express entry path, or am I doing the non-express entry path? And the best way to look at it is, if you're going through the express entry path, you have to submit a worker's expression of interest to Alberta. They have a portal. You submit it. I will explain a little bit about it in the next slide. And also, you have to have an express entry profile attached to that, because you kind of link it together. There will be questions about what is your express entry job seeker number and all of that. And then if you're going through the non-express entry path, that means you don't have an express entry profile, or it's not active, or it's not linked to this primary NOC code in this healthcare. You can just submit an a worker's expression of interest on the Alberta portal website, and that way you are now only assessed or being in the pool for just the province, but not the federal express entry and the province. Now, you might ask, what is the benefit of one against the other? I will explain more in the next slide. So eligibility requirements. Of course, you have to have a job offer in an employer in Alberta, but an employer does have to meet certain criteria. It is listed on their website. So things on top of my head is like they have to be in operation in like for the last 2 years. There's a certain amount of revenue they have to have. I think it was 400K. But if they don't have that, depending on the years they've been operating. So these are things that you kind of, if you're having a job offer, you're already working for an employer in Alberta, you can put your ear down or have a chat with HR and see whether your employer actually even meets the employment requirements to be nominated, because these things are checked when you submit your application or when you're invited to apply. And Alberta, based on the cases I have done, in the middle of an application for PNP, they will ask for updated pay stubs. They will ask for an updated employer declaration form, or they could ask. The cases I have done, or at least I've had 2 cases where in the middle of the application, they ask for that updated thing. So I always tell potential clients, like, be nice with your HR, be friendly at work, especially when you want something. Keep it nice and friendly. Obviously, do what you have to do your job, but you want to be able to meet your employer, have these conversations, especially in PNP applications, because documents might be asked for, or updated stuff, or just having that conversation. And is it worth working in this space for 1 year? Would they support a future application for myself? So that's where it's kind of important for that interpersonal social aspect. It's not just getting a job offer or working in this space. You also have to navigate these other spaces as well, because that will help you along the line. And the language proficiency for healthcare workers is set on the Alberta AAIP, set for CLB 5. And all the immigration and language reports that we normally use is being taken into account for this as well. And of course, your language test shouldn't be more than 2 years. Now, when it comes to non-express entry applicants, they are very strict on you holding a valid work permit. Maintained status is not really allowed. So a lot of planning has to be put in place here, where it's like based on if you're on a PGWP work permit or an LMIA-based work permit, you have to calculate how much time you have left, how many points you have, what are the chances of you getting called, and put into effect that you have an active status and you're actually actively working while the PNP application is going through. And of course, the regulatory proof that you're registered and licensed to practice, because all these occupations are a regulated occupation. So that is very important. And then if you're going through the express entry routes, your profile has to be 300 plus. So Alberta will not look at any potential applicant in the express entry pool if your score is not above 300. And also when you're submitting your workers expression of interest, there is a space where they will ask you for the score. So I feel like that's another way that they go through and kind of shortlist potential applicants to look at and shortlist for. And then with every PNP application, you have to have a strong intent to reside in the province, and that is why they will invest in you. And so there are various ways where this is obviously established through the fact that if you already have employment and you're working, family members, and other things. But in your application, depending on what you state or what you have claim point for, especially with family members, and if your address is in Alberta and things like that, you will that's already speaking towards your intent. But if you're coming from outside the province, a statement confirming and obviously discussing your settlement plan also makes your application stronger. So just quickly, there are 3 criteria for who is not eligible for this pathway. We have, if you have an active nomination with any other province, or within Alberta, obviously, you will not be eligible. You cannot have more than one application, whether it's in province or outside province. If you're going through the refugee process or you have a removal order, you're not eligible. If you've had misrepresentation ban, either on the federal level or in any other provinces, you are not eligible to apply for this program. If you do apply and get nominated through the screening, you will be denied. And how to apply? So I've been saying you submit a worker's expression of interest. What is this? It's basically a form you fill, and you obviously criteria just like the expression entry profile. You state your work experience and things like that. And at the end of it, you're given a score. And once you submit that, you are now in the pool of workers who are interested in working in Alberta. So the process for application is you submit this profile or the WOI, you're in the candidate pool and you wait to be selected. Alberta doesn't have like the way express entry is or the federal level is where there's a pattern to the reading or number of times that you just have to just wait and hopefully you get that email. And I was trying to figure out a pattern, but I cannot even say because it's kind of random. So I think the key thing you need to do is just get your documents together or get your meet eligibility, submit an expression of interest, and just wait and see. So once you receive an ITA, you're given 30 days to complete supporting documents and pay your application fee. And processing time, in my experience, obviously subject to changes, between 3 to 5 months for a nomination to happen. If you don't hear from them for any updated thing, then that's a good sign, but they will always reach out. And in my experience, the Alberta government has been really good in either asking you questions, making you explain things they don't understand in your application, or just calling for documents and very specific on what they want. So as long as you just follow the instructions or whatever emails you get, you should be good. And as long as you meet the eligibility and every other thing, they will let you know what their decision is. So based on the points for the expression of interest, it's like the federal level, but the other there's little differences. So of course you get scored for education. On the screen is just an example of the points that they will give you, but there's a full extensive list of this based on each criteria. So you get scored for your language, your age, and the work experience. So you get scored for either your total work experience as a whole in this space, and also in addition, work experience in Canada. So they break it down to months. So it's not like, oh, you have to have 1 year. So for instance, less than 6 months or more than 12 months or more. So those are the tiered categories for work experience. Also, you get points for having a job offer in Alberta, which is important for this eligibility of the stream, but also the location. So if you're in a rural space, we do have a list of rural towns that are classed as rural. So in Alberta, if any town is less than 100K in population, it does count as a rural community. And for immigration purposes, there's an extensive list like Medicine Hat, Brooks, and places like that. If you are working in that space, you get extra points. And obviously, if your occupation is the regulated one, which under the stream is, then you get extra points. So remember, this grid system is for everybody. Alberta does have other streams, not just the dedicated healthcare pathway, but obviously under the dedicated healthcare pathway, all the occupations are regulated. So you will get I believe it's 10 points for that. And if you have family member in Alberta, so sister, parents, siblings, brothers, and all of that, I don't think they do cousins and uncles, but I will double check. But it's mostly like first family nuclear family members. They will give you points for that. So all of that is totaled, and then you have your points, which is over 100. So the maximum you can score is 100, and then depending on where you're sitting in the pool or what that draw is for that period, you might get invited. So this is, I just pulled this off this morning. And as of June 3rd, this is where they're sitting at, to give you an idea, like if you have a competitive edge or not. And they have allocated 500 for this pathway. And right now they say they have issued 112, so we have 388 remaining. So if you feel like you're eligible for this pathway, that is that, and you're a numbers person, and that gets you going. So that's for you to kind of know what your chances are. But I wouldn't worry too much about this. I would just focus on getting my eligibility sorted, getting my licensing, getting a job offer. If you're already working here, counting the months. For the job experience, in order for this to count, depending on the work permit you have. So they've been nice to PGWP holders. If you worked for 6 months on the PGWP, you have extra criteria that you have to meet. But after 6 months, you can apply or put yourself in the pool for this. But if you're on any other work permit, it has to be a 12 months working on in that job for you to be eligible for this pathway. So that is a key difference. Now, what are the red flags that we see in document preparation or even in an application? So obviously the job offer has to be verified. Like I said, there are certain requirements Alberta has to make. One of the requirements is that it has to have valid workers' compensation coverage, which is the WCB board. So that's why I said get chummy with your HR or look at your contract and make sure you tick all this job requirements and employer requirements as well before you kind of settle into, okay, this employer can help me get through the cross line. And then obviously, if you selected, maybe you were supposed to be in a different pathway, because as a healthcare worker, you can also apply to other streams under the Alberta. This is just dedicated to it. So you have to decide, am I going to apply under, for instance, the Alberta Opportunity Stream, which is open to everybody, or do I qualify under this dedicated pathway? So those are things that you also have to consider. You might end up choosing the wrong pathway when you're supposed to be here, or which one, depending on the numbers, or which one is faster. So that's something to consider in when you're preparing or deciding whether you're also going to apply for non-express entry or express entry. Obviously, express entry only if you have 300 points and above. And make sure that all the information you're putting in your profile does tally with what is fact, and also what will go into your workers' expression of interest, because it is linked and you have to compare them. And you have to have valid work authorization. So over the time period that you were working, or the points that you're claiming for work, it has to have been done under work, authorized work. There shouldn't be any period for maintain status. If there is, you have to deduct that part, and they will ask for proof for the fact that you have an active work permit or valid work permit. Also, you have to declare any history of misrepresentation, even if it's not active at the moment or the timeline has passed. If you've applied before and there was any refusal, that has to be declared as well. People tend to forget that. Don't use outdated language tasks. Always keep that date in mind. If it's reaching an expiration time, please just rewrite the exam. It's CLB5, so if you're operating on that space, the expectation is that you can actually even score above CLB5. Now, the regulatory proof is very important. Of course, you cannot even practice as a regulated occupation without that, but don't forget to renew your license. I want to believe there are things in place that remind you, but life is busy, we know. Just always keep your regulation or your license active. If you have an active nomination elsewhere, it's an automatic disqualification. Don't even bother applying, don't waste your money, or figure out that part first before you come and apply Alberta, because the province do talk to each other as well. And then obviously if you're having a refugee claim or removal status, it makes you ineligible for the AAIP process as a whole, not only this pathway. So have all those things in mind. Make sure you're avoiding this in your preparation, or you're putting all these things in check that you will you are eligible, or you have removed this red flag from your preparation of your documentation and all of those things. Just quick tips. We cannot shout NOC matches enough. You know, this is the core part of Canadian immigration. When you're claiming points for work experience, make sure your NOC matches your role. don't go by the title, go by the main duties. If you're confused about it or you're not sure, that is why we're here to guide you. Speak to an immigration consultant or immigration lawyer and just go through this. Verify your job offer and employer requirements and the eligibility to even sponsor. Like I said, Alberta will require employer to make a declaration. It's a form that you fill and there's certain questions. I've had clients who will come and say, my employer has refused to, they will not do this because they will not, for whatever reason. And of course, I don't get into it, but I always tell people to find this out from the beginning you're accepting a job offer, because there's no point wasting your time working for an employer who will not support your application in the future. Ensure that your professional registration is active. We've kind of gone through that already. If you're using the Express Entry profile path, make sure it's up to date or it is properly filled. If there's anything you're unsure, please speak to a professional to advise you further, and always keep your supporting documents up to date. And something that's very important is once you're nominated and you submit it, don't just think that's the end of the journey. You have to keep that job active. You have to keep all your documents active because, like I said, sometimes they call for updated pay slips. Sometimes they call for updated employer declaration forms to be signed, even when you submitted one. So anything can be asked to be updated while you're going through the process. So key takeaways, choose the right pathway, decide whether it's non-express entry or express entry. If you're eligible for an express entry profile, why not do both? It makes it faster. Make sure that you have figured out whether you qualify based on your regulated occupation, and then you can document that NOC code and the duties that you have done. Figuring out the right regulatory college that you need to apply to, and get your licensing, whether you're inside Alberta, outside Alberta, or outside the country. And they're pretty good and detailed on the steps you have to take, but you just have to start doing that process of licensure. It's not easy from what I've heard, even for US trained and Australia. It's a lot of paperwork, which some people are not used to, but I always look at it this way, like, what is the end goal? Do you want to practice in Canada or in certain provinces? We just have to go by the rules, but you just need to start, start. And if you need support, get support. And then keep your documents current. So thank you. Hopefully I was able to dispense any mystery about AAIP for the dedicated healthcare pathway. We're open for questions before that. Those are my media handles. You can watch me or follow me on TikTok, Instagram, website. That's my email contact. But for this summit, I am giving initial consultation. That's the promo code, and that's the QR code there if you want to scan that. But also, in addition, I have a giveaway for one free consultation. And the process of entering that is to follow me on TikTok at Anavi IMM and DM me the word summit. And we can start chatting about your work titles, and if you're in this space or any other PRO applications that you're interested in. And I'll be announcing the winner of the giveaway on Monday, June 15th, and the promo code is valid till June 18th. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you so much. That was really packed with knowledge. Super packed presentation. Thank you. I put in the chat, everyone, I put some links and some giveaway and TikTok link and a consultation link and everything you guys need to know about Ivie if you want to contact her. If you are watching this on YouTube, you can find all of this information down below in the description of the video. So if you're not watching it live, maybe a lot of people watching our summit afterwards, you can always find presenters information in the description. Okay, well, thank you so much. And we're going to see if we have any questions. So we did have some questions with Lotica presentation for healthcare for healthcare professionals. So I think we answered some, but can I ask you, and maybe you would be able to answer it like in a general way, not maybe specific to Alberta. So Victor here is asking a question. What is the first step for a physician practicing in West Africa who wants to work in Canada? What would be the first step?
So the first step will be identifying the licensing body that you want to get your licensing with. So every province has their own. I believe for doctors there's a general one, but most people identify the province they want to go to, and then I start speaking to the regulatory body for that province, and they have details of how you get your credential qualification, the exams you need to take, and it's very outlined. So as long as you follow that step, then you start the journey. So for the first step is identify the province you want to and look for the regulatory body in that province and start the process of transferring your license in your home country to Canada, or what the equivalent is. And like I said, most of this regulatory body will give you a plan. So they don't just go like, oh, your education is not enough because you trained in this country. They will give you a plan of how to get to being licensed in Canada. It's just that it might contain multiple steps, but if you want it, you have to do it.
Yeah. Yeah, totally makes sense. All right, guys, if you have any more questions, let us know. If you do mind also expanding, because your presentation was like very, I would say very specific, right? So we're talking specifically about healthcare professionals, specifically for this Alberta pathway. Now, can you expand a little bit more which programs you work with and which pathways you work with?
You mean within Alberta or as a whole?
No, just generally
Oh,
as a
generally, yeah,
practitioner.
that's true. Okay, yeah. So as an immigration consultant, I work with PRs and PMPs in Alberta, BC, Saskatchewan. I'm licensed to practice in Saskatchewan now, and Manitoba. I also do spousal sponsorships. So in and outside Canada, depending on where your spouse is. I also work with international students. If you're applying for a study permit. Also currently working in the LMI space as well. I'm excited about that. And then what else? Yeah, that's basically it. Express entry too. Any way I can get you PR, I want to help.
Yeah, that's great. That's awesome. Thank you so much. And it's great to have somebody in our summit who specializes specifically like in those provinces. Because I think this summit, we don't have many people from Western provinces and like Alberta and Saskatchewan. So yeah, it's great. Okay, guys. Well, last call for a question. Before we let Ivie go. Okay, we have a question, a little bit more general, but we can still cover it. Please, I got a PNP nomination a few years ago, but my IELTS expired. I have not had the nomination back. What can I do?
So if your IELTS is expired, you have to rewrite it. Most times, either if you go through the PMP process without them catching that, and you get a nomination for the PR application, you need to have valid IELTS. So just go write it again. I know it's scary. If you've done IELTS, you can try your hands on CELPIP or PT Core now. I hear a lot of people are having good success with that. So yeah, you just have to renew it. So based on that question, we don't know if the PMP was approved or what stage
No,
they're
yeah, we
at,
don't know.
but
Like,
yeah.
also it's a tier, like, yeah, we don't know but the likelihood is that you would want to write IELTS, yeah, but it depends which stage you're at as well, yeah. Because who knows? If you already applied for PR, then you're good.
Yeah. Oh, was it PR they said or PMP?
It's very not clear. So yeah,
Oh,
so it
okay.
depends on the stage. Yeah, it's not clear from the question. All right, we have a French-speaking couple interested in
Okay.
New Brunswick. So we're going to cover not New Brunswick. We're going to cover French-speaking immigration and pathways, just in a couple of hours with Laurence. Well, actually in 1 hour from now with Laurence. So stay around for that presentation. And yeah, I think we're good. So yeah, I think we're good. Thank you so much, Ivie.
Thank
It was
you.
great having you. And if you can come back for our Q&A session afterwards, please do. And yeah, we're going to welcome our next speaker.
All right, thanks. See you later.
Thank you. All right, guys. Okay, let's welcome our next speaker. But before that, let me just quickly share our agenda for today, just once again, so those who joined recently still know what is there to come. So basically today, so far we covered citizenship by descent in a great detail because we had 2 presentations about those. We had immigration for healthcare professionals, again by great detail with Lotica and Ivie. And now we're going to cover our work permits, so LMIA exempt work permits with Anna, and then after Anna we're going to have Mara. And so for next bit, you're going to dive in all into work permits. I hope you guys excited about it. And then we're going to wrap up our summit with Laurence, and we'll talk about PR pathways for French speakers. And afterwards, of course, we're going to have a Q&A session. So make sure you get your questions in, make sure you come for Q&A session, and you can put them in a YouTube chat or in our Zoom webinar. And yeah, and then we'll see you for Q&A session. Okay, Anna, welcome.
Hi, Alina. Thank you so much for the opportunity to have us here. And also thank you to all the panelists for sharing their knowledge and experience here today. I'm super excited to join all these amazing people who are here learning about immigration and investing in their future.
Yeah, that's awesome. Okay, so yeah, you can go ahead and start sharing your screen. Meanwhile, I'm going to answer the questions. So we have Adora asking, please, where you can find the recording of today's summit. So the easiest place to find it is YouTube. I'm going to drop a link for you right now on YouTube, and you can just rewind back and you can see some presentations on YouTube, guys. Okay, I dropped the link in the chat. Yeah, Anna, we're good. We can see a screen. Everything looks amazing.
Thank you so much. All right, guys. So let me start by telling you that it was around 2008, and I found myself working as an interpreter at the Canadian Border Services Agency at the Toronto Pearson Airport. And I was in that dreaded stage where people don't want to go to. Because they are asked to go for more questioning. That day, we saw people coming in as agricultural workers. We also saw a gentleman who claimed refugee status. And then comes this couple. They were newlywed, and they were being asked a lot of questions. And the reason for this is because the first officer didn't think that their relationship was genuine. So after like 20 questions, and they started feeling like really nervous, then this officer realized that he had, so we said like they had 20-year gap, and that's the reason why I didn't think the relationship was genuine. He was 20 years younger than she was, but he had tattooed on his ring finger her name. When the officer realized that that had happened, she said, if he is willing to tattoo her name on his finger, I'm willing to give him the benefit of the doubt. Stamp, stamp, he was a permanent resident. So the reason why I share this story with you is because I want to tell you that that day I got my calling. That day, I knew that I had to help other immigrants like me to come to Canada, because Canada has been great for me, and it is time for me to pay it forward. And that's how loose immigration came to be. For those of you who don't speak Spanish, loose means light, And I want to be that light in your immigration journey. I want to help you clarify all these immigration permits and requirements that IRCC throw at us. Okay, my name is Anavi, and I'm a registered Canadian immigration consultant. I specialize in providing you with a clear strategy to improve your chances to work and live here in Canada. I specialize in work permits, citizen by descent, express entry, and Ontario nominee programs. And today I'm going to be focusing in something that not a lot of people know. These are free trade agreement work permits. This is a strategy that a lot of people don't look into. Everybody just goes to the provincial nominee programs or express entry, but there are many other pathways to get into Canada. All right, so without further ado, let's start with that. So now you know you want a work permit. So we have the goal. How are you going to get there? So for that purpose, I think we need to be informed. Therefore, today I want to talk to you about the who questions about work permits, the who, the what, the when, the how many, how long will it take, and how much does it cost? All right. So before we dive in, I want to tell you that this session will be interactive. I'm going to be asking you some questions. Please answer in the chat. It will be just A, B, or C, or D. Now, also, if you have any questions, please add them in the chat, as I will address them at the end of this presentation. And the information provided in this presentation is for information purposes only and doesn't constitute legal advice. So I encourage you to contact me directly so we can cover your unique circumstances. And here's my email address. All right. So what are free trade agreements in the context of work permits? They are agreements between one or more countries that cover the movement of people. And they allow us to come into Canada for temporary entry. Having said that, it's very important that in your submissions, you prove that you will be leaving Canada at the end of your work permit. Now, the people who come in here through a free trade agreement, work permit, can only come if their profession is listed in a defined list. Okay, they also will come here to deliver services under a contract. That means that this permit is a closed work permit and they cannot be changing from one employer to another. Also, the benefits are reciprocal, so Canadians also can benefit in the other country. So what are the benefits of this type of work permits? First of all, and most important, they are LMIA exempt. And this is because this runs under the International Mobility Program, not the TFWP. Now, which makes it cheaper, faster. Now, they are not only a solution for the people living abroad, but also a solution for the people who are already in Canada and whose permits are ending. For example, those who have a PGWP, like a postgraduate work permit, students, or temporary foreign workers. The permits are issued promptly, and if your profession or trade is not covered under one agreement, it may be covered by another, which is always a good thing. Now, in some cases, work permits may be extended, and also in some cases, your spouse can come with an actual open work permit. That means that they can work for any employer here in Canada. Now, first question. Do you know if your country of nationality is covered under a free trade agreement? Answer A for yes, B for no, or C for I don't know. I don't think I can see the answers here, Alina. Oh, somebody said C. Okay, now I can see them. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, no. All right. Okay, so for those who don't know, send me an email and I can answer to you, but let's go ahead and let's see if the countries that I will mention, yours are there. Thanks for your answers. Now, Okay, let's go to this. Okay, how many free trade agreements does Canada have? Well, Canada has 15 active free trade agreements that include 51 countries. So chances are that your country is included in those. There are two types of agreements. There are multilateral agreements that include COSME, which is the US and Mexico, CETA with the European Union, and CPTPP, which is the Trans-Pacific free trade agreement, but there are more. Now, for the unilateral agreements, we have Chile, Colombia, Costa Rica, Honduras, Israel, Jordan, Panama, Peru, Korea, Ukraine, and the UK. And the good news is that more agreements are under negotiation. So, for example, we have Mercosur, CARICOM, and ASEAN. Some countries are also covered under more than one agreement. So, for example, Chile and Mexico are covered by at least 3 trade agreements. Okay, which are the categories under a free trade agreement? And there, as I said, there are many free trade agreements. So for today's purposes, we're going to be covering COSME, which is a free trade agreement between Canada, the US, and Mexico. So under COSME, we have business visitors. And I have my guide here, and I can tell you who are covered there. So we have accountants, architects, computer system analysts, disaster relief, insurance claims adjuster, economist, engineer, geographic designer, even hotel manager, and many more. Okay, so that's for, sorry, I'm jumping ahead of myself. So the categories are business visitors, investors, professionals, intracompany transferees, and traders. And for today's purposes, we're going to cover the professionals only. Okay, who qualifies for COSME? So for COSME, we have the citizens of Mexico and the US. They have to be in an occupation identified under the list of eligible professions. There are 60 of them right now, and they're classified as general. This is where my list comes for. So for general, we have the ones that I mentioned, the accountant, the architect, hotel manager, social worker, etc. Now, for the medical and allied professionals, we have dentists, dietitians, medical laboratory technologists, nutritionists, pharmacists, and even registered nurses, veterinarians. Now, for scientists, we have animal breeder, agriculturist, apiculturist, biochemist, biologist, chemist, geologist, geophysicist. And for teachers, we have only those teachers that are actually in teaching at colleges or universities or in a seminary. Now, to qualify for COSME, there are 5 main requirements. So we have gone through the first 2. The third one are the people who have a genuine offer of employment submitted through an employer portal. So what does this mean? It could not be just any offer of employment. So the employer has to be registered either provincially or federally, and they have to really demonstrate that there's a need for you in this position, among other things. Now, the fourth requirement is that you have to have the qualifications that are listed in your profession. That means not only what COSME requires, but also whatever is in the NOC. The requirements are on tier 0, 1, or 2 for COSME. And you will have to possess a degree in a related educational program. This is important because I know some people will have experience on something, but they don't have but their degrees in something totally different. That will make it a little bit trickier. If it's required, you will need the licensing of the province you're going to be working in and the certification for your job, if that's also a requirement. And the fifth requirement, you will have to also comply with other requirements for temporary entry. Okay, so you will probably have to have your biometrics done, your medical done, etc., and the language requirements. All right. So what is it that you need to provide that is not really explicitly stated by IRCC? So one other thing is your language proficiency, whether it's in English or in French. They're not really asking for you to go and write an IELTS test or anything like that, but you do have to prove that you actually have the language requirements that that are needed for the job that you're going to be performing. Now, if you have these IELTS, much better. That's even better. And because this is a 0, 1, or 2, it's best if you have CLB 7, even a 9 will be even best. Now, you also will have to have relevant recent experience. Also, you will have to have a really well set up resume that describes really well all the positions that you have had with dates and that. You will also need biometrics and a police certificate as well. Next question. Can a U.S. citizen apply for a free trade agreement work permit at port of entry? Right, A for yes or B for no. Let's see what you're saying. Do you think that a U.S. citizen can apply for a free trade agreement work permit at port of entry? Okay, I don't think I can see your answers. No, so let's go to the next answer. Can a Mexican citizen apply for a free trade agreement work permit at port of entry? So for the previous question, yes, a U.S. citizen can apply at the port of entry. Now, this is recommended if they have applied for a permit before, not always, but yes, by all means, they can apply directly at the airport. That's okay. Now, can a Mexican citizen apply for a free trade agreement work permit at the port of entry? No. Mexicans cannot apply at port of entry. And the reason for this is because they require a visa. So they will have to apply at the visa office in Mexico. Now, let's continue here. How long does it take to get a permit after the application is submitted? Well, it could be the same day for at the border, as we said, for U.S. citizens, and it will take about an average of 4 to 8 weeks for Mexicans once you have all your documents ready, which is much faster than with, like, for example, an LMA process. Okay. How long will my work permit be valid for? So under CUSMA, it will be for the duration of your job offer to a maximum of 3 years. Now, a work permit can also be extended for 3 years at a time. Now, let's talk about money. How much does it cost? Well, for your employer, it only costs $230. And I say only because if they apply for LMIA, that will be $1,000. And for you, the cost will be $155 that has to be paid to IRCC. Now, it's so important to take into account that other charges like biometrics or a medical exam may apply. Okay. Now, what steps does my employer need to complete? Okay. So yes, this is a 2-step process. Some of the steps have to be done by you and another steps will have to be done by the employer. So what they have to do is create an account in the IRCC employer portal. They will also have to submit job offer using the correct code. And now this code is very important because this is one of the main mistakes that happen. Under CUSMA, there are at least 4 different codes. If ever in doubt, just contact me and I can help you with that. Now, you also have, they also have to pay the employer compliance fee. They also have to provide you with an offer of employment number. So you can apply for your permit. Now, this number is known as the A number because it starts with an A, and it's very important that it has the 7 digits. So just make sure that you have all those requirements set up there. Now, what's that you have to do? Okay, so first of all, you have to check if you're eligible under a list, the list of professions. And as I said, CUSMA has 60 of them. Your employer also needs to complete their steps. The third step will be to obtain a signed offer from the employer that includes the A number. The fourth step is you need to gather all your documents. And I want to say here that it is important that as soon as you know that you have the possibility of obtaining a work permit, especially for Mexican people, you apply for the police certificate. And I'm saying that because it could take minimum a month and a half, 2 months, that's minimum, to get this police certificate, especially if you are in Canada. If you're in Mexico, it's easier because you can just go directly to an office, but if you are in Canada, that will take a bit longer. Then you have to pay your fees to IRCC if applicable. And I'm saying applicable because not everybody has to pay the fees. Let's say you're working for a consulate or an embassy, there's no needs that are attached to that. Or if you're working for the UN Nations, like there's an office in, I believe, in Montreal, they also don't pay for those fees. So it's always good to know when you have to pay and when you don't have to. And after you're ready, you have to submit your work permit application. Now, what are the common mistakes to avoid? Okay, so what I have found out is that, just bear with me for a moment. Okay, so here we go. Waiting too long to begin the process. So as Olina had just mentioned before I started speaking, she said things change, and this is normal. Canadian programs change really, really fast. So if you take too long, this program may eventually not be here or it will change. So start as soon as you know that this is a possibility for you. Now, the second mistake that we see is that people are not explaining clearly to the employer that this process is faster and more affordable and simpler than an LMIA. Now, the other common mistake is the wages don't match the position, duties, and experience. Also, providing the wrong LMIA exemption code. And unfortunately, in some cases, it's as simple as the job offer had all the details that were required, but it was not signed. Okay, now, what are other common mistakes to avoid? That, you know what, actually, I'm going to jump back because I think I missed telling you the different types of free, oh no, I did say that. Okay, sorry about that. Let's go back to the common mistakes to avoid. So the degree was not granted. What do we mean by that? In some countries, especially in Latin America, people can finish their degree and they stop at that. But they don't write the professional exam or the last exam and know what they call their título is granted. So they don't actually get the degree. So it is important that you have that degree to be able to apply. Another issue that we see is that the documents are not translated according to IRCC's requirements. Third, it's important that your passport has enough validity, that it doesn't expire within the next, at the very minimum, 3 years, because they will just give you the permit, even if, let's say, your offer of employment says 3 years, but your passport expires in 2 years, the permit will only come for 2 years. So it's very important that you have a maximum length as a minimum of validity on your passport. Now, it is important that you prove that you will leave Canada at the end of your work permit. And finally, not consulting a professional whenever in doubt. So it could be as simple as just clarifying a few things, or it could be that you may need assistance with doing full representation, getting the whole thing done for you, and even help with the employer. The employer can also get our help. Now, how can you contact me? You can contact me via email at info@luzeimmigration.com. You could also go to our webpage, luzeimmigration.com, and I'm in TikTok. If you have a minute now, please follow me. And I'm in LinkedIn as well. And here's the QR code, so you can book your consultation. And right now we have 30% off your consultation until Sunday, June 14th. You also have to select 2026 Summit Special so you can get it. And I have this COSMA Professional Occupations and NOC Reference Guide. If you would like to receive it, please send me an email as well.
Okay, I'm just going to drop all the links in the chat right now. And as usual, when you guys are watching it on YouTube, you can find all the links in the description of the video. Oops, my camera doesn't work. Let me just change that up. Okay, so link to Anna's TikTok. Please go follow her on TikTok. And then, yeah, let me just do this. All right, so I dropped all the links in the chat if you guys are interested. And then let's see if you have any more questions. I think Anna covered everything super thoroughly, and it was really, really good. I just love it. Okay, let's see. My camera is just finicky.
Yeah. Not showing your face. We can see the
Yeah, I
back.
don't know why.
Oh, here you go.
Here we go.
Olivia, welcome back.
Yeah. Right. Yeah, it was really, really good. Thank you so much. We'll see if we have any questions, but I think we will spare now a lot of questions for our final Q&A. Anna, if you were planning to come for Q&A session, then come. Let me see if we have any on YouTube. Any questions with regards to specifically this presentation? Okay.
If you want, I can just mention before I go a few strategies that people should do, not only for this type of application, for other applications.
Yes.
And some of those strategies that are important is to keep records. Records, because right now you may be applying for a work permit or a visitor permit, but if you decide to stay in Canada, then you will have 2 or 3 more applications, and everything is tied up to all the information you have been submitted. So keep a log of when you come, when you enter, when you exit, what was the purpose? Was it a work permit? Was it just a visit? If it's a work permit, keep your duties, your hours, how many weeks you worked. Like, it's very, very important that have all those details there. So have a log for entries and exits. Also have a log for your job, the position, who was the manager, even the addresses, like if they gave you a bonus, if they gave you a letter of recommendation or a letter that say, you know what, your annual review, everything, keep absolutely everything. If it is about you meet somebody, you start living together, immediately change even your licenses to the common address, like make those changes. So when required, you have all that documentation, you have already logged in all those things. And when, as you apply, then everything matches. Because if you in one place said, no, I don't have a master's, and then all of a sudden, and the next place you say you do, this can be sent back to you and even called misrepresentation, right? So it's very, very important that we are accurate and we keep all that information for other applications.
Yeah, for sure. I think that's one of the biggest pet peeves in our job, because the reality is that, like, most of people, when they are immigrating to Canada, they're probably going to apply multiple times for different work permits, for different maybe study permits, maybe, you know, and eventually permanent residence, right? So you're going to have multiple applications. And I will be honest, I don't think I've ever had a client who had all the information consistent between all of the applications. Like, people don't, you know, read questions, they don't put their information correctly, not because they don't want to or they don't care. It's just because I feel like, you know, they don't maybe understand the significance of what can actually happen when the information mismatches. And it's really heartbreaking sometimes. So definitely make sure for any government, honestly, correspondence or any applications that you just put the same information always and keep your records.
exactly. Keep the records because even like, for example, for permanent residency or citizenship, in some cases, even being in Canada, half a day counts as a full day, right? So there's little nuances that people don't know, and it's important, as you said, to keep all those records.
Exactly. Yes.
Right.
All right. Well, thank you so much, Anna. I
Thank
think
you.
we're ready
We'll see you in
for.
question. Yeah.
Yes, we'll
Thank
see you in a question period. And I think we're ready for our next speaker. Mara is here to continue the conversation about work permits. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Let's get this. Okay. How are you doing today, Mara?
Hi, everyone. Good. Thank you so much for asking, Loenen, and thank you, Anna, for that wonderful presentation.
Yeah, awesome. Okay, you can share your screen whenever you're ready.
All right. Give me just a second to get going
Yeah.
here.
Yeah, no rush.
I'm so used to presenting on Teams and Google that Zoom is something new to me. I can't believe I made it through the pandemic without using Zoom. So just bear with me for a second.
Yeah, it looks perfect. Everything seems to be working
Okay.
great.
All right. So
Perfect.
here we are. So I'm going to be continuing the conversation around work permit applications, but specifically I'm going to be focusing on CPTPP. And what you're going to be learning today is, first of all, what is CPTPP, which are the eligible countries, the qualifications that are required to apply for this type of work permit, and what are the requirements in terms of language and wage, what the application process looks like for you and for your employer, and also common mistakes that can happen when submitting an application. All right, so first I wanted to take a couple minutes to introduce myself. My full name is Mitzy Medrano. I'm a registered Canadian immigration consultant, and I'm also authorized to represent clients in front of the Immigration and Refugee Board. And I came to Canada around 18 years ago. It feels like a lifetime ago as an international student. And after a couple of years, I decided to continue my post-secondary education at Simon Fraser University. I graduated with a business major, and eventually I decided to make a career change and go back to school to Queen's University and study immigration law. And here we are today. So the reason why I'm mentioning my background today, it's because I wanted to share with you that there's no linear path to your immigration journey. You're likely going to go through a lot of up and downs, and you're going to have to adjust your strategy depending on when you came to Canada or if you're still in your home country. Immigration laws change all the time, and you need to be able to build that ability to be resilient and to adjust to changes. So I promise you that even though I came a while ago, it wasn't easy and it wasn't linear. So I know that a lot of you are already in Canada and that are looking for ways to stay. So really my focus today is to give you more information so that you can make an informed decision about what your next steps are going to look like. And even if this does not apply specifically to your situation, it's always good for you to know this information so that you can start thinking about, okay, so if I don't qualify for this specific type of work permit, what are the other options out there? Because in reality, there's so many options depending on your background and your country of citizenship. There's most likely going to be a path for you that you can follow and continue your immigration journey. All right, so before I dive into the content of today's presentation, I just wanted to make sure that you know that this presentation is for general information purposes only, and it does not constitute legal advice. The reason being is that every case is going to be unique and different. You are a unique individual with a unique background, and what applied to one person will not apply to the next. So what applied to me will likely not apply to you, and same, what applied to your friend will likely not be the same case for someone else you know. So always please consult with a regulated Canadian immigration consultant or immigration lawyer before taking any steps. and read the documentation available on the government website. I know there is a lot of information out there. YouTube, TikTok, a lot of professionals, we make our best effort to be present in social media and provide you with verified information, but there's also a lot of noise out there, and you have to be careful with the kind of information you consume at the end of the day. And that's why we always recommend to consult before you take any steps. Something else that I wanted to mention is that immigration rules and IRCC policies change frequently. We have seen a lot of change over the last couple of years. So it's always good to verify the current requirements before you submit an application. The information I'm presenting today is valid as of today. Nothing has changed, but some changes might come along the way. For example, Anna was talking about CUSMA earlier, and we know there's likely going to be changes in CUSMA later down the road. So if that is one of the trade agreements that you will consider to apply for a work permit, just make sure that when you apply, all the information is current and up to date. Same applies for what you are going to be learning here with me. Before you submit an application, make sure that the information is current. And lastly, being here today is really great, but this is the first step. This will not replace any personalized professional advice. As I mentioned earlier, likely your immigration journey is very unique. If you are in Canada, you could be here as a student, worker, visitor, or under any other status. And this might not necessarily apply to you, so it's always good to consider your full immigration history before taking any decision. All right, so I'm going to dive into the content of today's presentation now. So first, I wanted to start by explaining what is CPTPP. So this is a comprehensive and progressive agreement for Trans-Pacific Partnership. There are some countries that participate in this trade agreement, but there are some key advantages to this. The first one being that there's no LMIA required, and there is an exemption code for this, which is T52, which means that the work permit application will be processed differently. In terms of how it is processed, your employer will be required to use the employer portal to submit a job offer, and this is going to be processed under the International Mobility Program, which means that there's no LMIA required. So because this application is processed under the International Mobility Program and not the Temporary Foreign Worker Program, you're going to get a benefit out of this because at the processing time, it's going to be so much shorter. So the employers typically who apply to hire foreign nationals under the Temporary Foreign Worker Program, they need to submit what's called an LMIA. And oftentimes, the processing time alone for an LMIA can be an average of 13 weeks, give or take, depending on the type of LMIA, which of course adds to the overall processing time of the work permit application. And most importantly, under LMIA required work permits, they need to prove that there is no Canadian or PR that can do the job. So this requirement is removed when you apply for a work permit under this free trade agreement, which is really great because the process is not as intense for the employer. It's a little bit easier in the sense that they just need to submit the job offer. They still need to be compliant and prove that the job offer is genuine, but you're going to benefit from that shorter processing time. Something else that I wanted to clarify here is that in order to apply for a work permit under CPTPP, you must have a prearranged job offer. What this means is that you must have already an offer of employment from a Canadian employer before you enter Canada. There's few exceptions where a person who's already in Canada can benefit from this type of application. But generally speaking, one of the requirements is that you apply for this work permit before you travel to Canada. You cannot enter Canada to look for work under this program. All right. So first, I wanted to cover which countries are covered under this free trade agreement. So this free trade agreement, it's mostly going to benefit citizens of Australia, Chile, Mexico, Peru, Japan, Malaysia, and Brunei. And one key distinction here is that this free trade agreement is going to cover professional occupations, which means those occupations under tier 0 and 1, and some technician occupations under tier 2 and 3. Each country has different occupation lists that are covered under this free trade agreement. But generally speaking, for professional occupations, for citizens and PRs, permanent residents of Australia, Chile, Mexico, and Peru, all tier 0 and 1 occupations are going to be eligible with some exceptions. And those exceptions are going to include those occupations in health, education, social services, cultural industries, recreation, fitness, postal, telecom management, judges, and notaries. With Japan, the same rule applies. The only difference is that university researchers are also added to the list of exceptions. And for Malaysia, there's only a short positive list of occupations that do qualify for this kind of work permit. So before applying, the most important thing is to make sure that the job offer, what you're going to be doing in Canada, qualifies under the list that it's published for each individual country. In the case of Brunei, only petroleum engineers are going to be qualifying under the professional occupations. Now, for technicians, it is a little bit different. For each country, there's going to be a specific eligible occupations and are limited to specific positive lists that are published for each country. And it's always good to verify before applying that your occupation is actually covered on the country schedule. One key distinction here is that only citizens of Australia, Chile, Mexico, Peru, and Japan could apply under technician occupations, which are tier 2 and 3. And as I said earlier, because there's a restrictive list for each country, it's always best to check which occupations apply. Now, this free trade agreement offers another really great advantage, which is that your spouse can also qualify for an open work permit, no matter if you're applying under professional or technician occupations. And this is really great because of recent changes of regulations that now open work permits for spouses are restricted to certain occupations. In this case, if you are applying under this free trade agreement, generally speaking, your spouse will qualify for this type of work permit. And it's going to be issued for 1 year initially. But the caveat here is that you need to be a citizen of Australia, Chile, Japan, or Mexico, or a permanent resident of Australia. So those are the only countries that will qualify your spouse for your spouse, to get a work permit when you apply under this free trade agreement. All right, so moving on. What are the requirements that you need to make sure you have before you apply? So requirements are going to be a little bit different compared to other free trade agreements. For professionals, meaning occupations in tier 0 and 1, you're going to be required to prove that you have at least a 4-year post-secondary degree, with the exception of Australia, where 3-year bachelor degrees are accepted. You are also required to have at least 2 years paid work experience in the sector of the job being offered in Canada. So, for example, if you have a degree in graphic design and you're applying as a graphic designer, and back home your experience is only as admin assistant, that's not going to count towards experience in the sector of the job being offered in Canada. However, if you are being offered a position again as a graphic designer, but your experience back home is working for a large advertising agency doing graphic design for social media, that experience will qualify you. So you just have to make sure that your previous work experience is in the same industry as the job you're applying in Canada. Now, there are some professional occupations that require provincial licensing. Engineers is a good example. Architects is another good example. So if that is a requirement under the NOC, you have to make sure that you also have the required licensing in the province that you're going to be working on. So that's one of the requirements as well for you to be able to apply for this type of work permit. And the last point here is that you need to prove that you're able to communicate in either English or French. So similar to Cosma, where you have to prove that you are proficient in English or French, this is also going to be a requirement here. They don't ask you for language tests, but later on, I'm going to tell you how you can make sure you fulfill these requirements. Now, for technicians, the requirements are going to be a little bit different. They are required to prove that they have at least a 2-year post-secondary degree, which in some countries could also be called a technical degree. And again, that's the minimum entry requirement. Another key distinction here is that instead of 2 years work experience, you're required to have 4 years paid work experience. Again, it needs to be in the sector of the job that you're going to be doing in Canada. So the work experience required is a double of that of professionals. So for example, if you do have a degree, a technical degree in construction, and you're applying for a job as a heavy equipment operator, and you already have, let's say, 2 years work experience in your home country and 2 years work experience in Canada, that will add up to the 4 years paid work experience in the sector of the job you're looking to enter in Canada. But if you have an offer of employment for the same role, again, heavy construction and equipment operator, and your previous work experience was in something completely different outside of the construction industry, then that work experience will not count towards the requirement. So always you need to make sure that that work experience is in the same field that the job you're applying in Canada. Some of these technician occupations might have additional requirements that are defined on the NOC, so you have to make sure that you read the specific requirements for the job that you're being offered, and also you have to make sure that you do have what is required to do the job. Some cases there might be specific certifications, there might be a red seal requirement for your trade, or there might be specific tickets that you need to get in order to be able to fulfill the requirements of the NOC. So you always have to make sure that whatever is required, you also have it. And again, language proficiency, it's also going to be a requirement for technicians. So same rule applies. You have to make sure that you're able to communicate in either English or French. All right, so how do you fulfill language requirements? So even though officers are not explicitly going to ask you for CELPIP or IELTS, you're still required to provide evidence. So the kind of evidence you can include here will be proof that you previously studied in Canada, for example, and that your education was in English or French, or if you have prior work experience in an English or French-speaking country, that could also serve you as acceptable evidence to prove that you can communicate in the language that is required. Additionally, if you had worked for a Canadian employer, they can write you a letter mentioning that you were proficient in the language and that you were able to communicate in the work environment. Or if you are maybe extending a permit and you had already worked for this same employer. So the employer can write you a letter and say that you were able to do the job and communicate. Now, I wanted to touch on a very important requirement, and this is something that differentiates this trade agreement from others, because the offer of employment that you are required to have has a very strict wage requirement. So in terms of wage, the officer is going to look at what's called the prevailing wage. And this can be a little bit tricky to understand. So whenever you have doubts about this, please consult with a professional so we can walk your employers through how to define what the wage needs to be for the offer of employment. But in terms of what the prevailing wage is, it's going to be the highest of the median job bank wage for your specific occupation in the location you're going to be doing the job, or the employer's internal wage range for the same role, skills, and experience. So whatever is the highest of the two will be considered the prevailing wage, and that's going to be the minimum wage that needs to be offered and on the offer of employment. Something to keep in mind is that additional benefits such as commissions, housing, travel expenses, extended healthcare, or vacation, those benefits do not count towards the wage requirement. So the job offer needs to explicitly list all the benefits that you're going to be getting, but just remember that that will not count towards the prevailing wage. In terms of the assessment that the officer is going to be doing here, it's very similar to that of an LMIA, wage compliance review. So often when we look at the most common reasons for refusal, it's because the wage requirements are not fulfilled. So again, this is not a very simple application in terms of the employer requirements. So whenever you have doubts about this, or your employer has any questions, please consult with a professional so that you make sure that the wage is the right one for your offer of employment. All right, moving on. Where do you need to apply for this type of work permit? How long is the work permit going to be? Generally speaking, you're going to have to apply outside of Canada at the visa office or your home country. So you apply online before you travel. And this is going to be a requirement for all visa required nationals. So Anna earlier on, I gave the example of a Mexican national. They're not able to apply at port of entry. So the requirement for Mexican nationals, for example, will be to apply at the visa office in Mexico. This is also recommended for first-time applications or for complex applications. So if your employer hasn't done any of these work permit applications before, we recommend that the application is submitted at the visa office outside of Canada. For some foreign nationals, we do have the option to apply at port of entry, but it's only available if the applicant is visa exempt. So you apply directly at the border or the airport, and you must have your complete documentation package. Something to mention is that these kind of applications are complex to some extent in terms of the amount of documentation that is required. So applying at the port of entry always carries a little bit of a risk that the officer might not be as thorough at reviewing your application and that you will be denied entry into Canada. So make sure that if you're applying at the port of entry, you have a bulletproof application package that it's been reviewed very thoroughly to minimize your chance of refusal. And lastly, some people can apply within Canada. So if you're eligible under Regulation 199, so for example, if you currently hold another work permit, study permit, or a temporary resident permit, you might be able to apply within Canada. But you have to apply before your status expires. And I can't highlight this enough. I have to stress this. It needs to be before the status expires. Otherwise, if you're out of status or if you've been out of status, this will not apply to you. You cannot apply within Canada. When you do qualify, you will be under maintained status while the application is being processed. And in the case of extensions for these type of work permits, those ones can also be done within Canada, but it's always going to be at the officer's discretion of whether or not an extension is approved. Something that differentiates this free trade agreement from other trade agreements is that the work permit is initially issued for only 1 year. And there's a possibility for extensions depending on the specific country. And there's some guidelines that we need to follow to make sure that these extensions are granted, but this is a key differentiation. So in terms of validity of your passport, you need to make sure that your passport is valid for at least 1 year before you apply, because your initial work permit is going to be issued for 1 year. All right, so who can benefit from this type of work permit? If you're already in Canada, you might be eligible for a work permit under CPTPP. If you're a student near graduation and not eligible for a postgraduate work permit, provided that you fulfill the requirements for education and work experience. So let's say you already had a degree from your home country and you are a Chilean citizen already with a 4-year degree, and you came to Canada to study something else, and you are nearing graduation and you had experience on one of the qualifying NOCs, you might benefit from this type of work permit. Similarly, if you're a PGWP holder and your work permit is near to expire and you're looking for ways to extend your stay in Canada, your employer might support your application under this program without the need for an LMIA. And again, as Anna mentioned earlier on her presentation, you have to make sure that you plan ahead of time and that you submit an application ahead of time. Also, temporary foreign worker can benefit from these programs. So if you're currently working with an LMIA, with a different employer, and you find a new employer that's willing to hire you for a different job, but a job that qualifies under CPTPP and you're a citizen of the qualifying countries, you might also benefit from this. It has a faster processing time compared to applying for a second LMIA. And lastly, if you are a spouse of someone who already holds this type of work permit and you're looking to obtain an open work permit, you can also qualify. All right, so what the application process looks like. So first of all, you need to confirm your eligibility, make sure that you're a citizen of the countries that I mentioned before. You need to double check your occupation qualifies, the education as well, and that you have the experience that is required, either 4 years for professionals or 2 years for technicians. Second step is securing that job offer. So you have to have that signed job offer of employment from a Canadian employer, and you need this before applying. You cannot apply without the signed job offer of employment. The next step will be for your employer to submit the online offer on the employer portal. They need to pay for a compliance fee, which is $230. And they need to use the right LMIA exemption code, which is T52. This is one of the most common mistakes here, and the step where most employers need assistance from an RCIC or a lawyer, because this can be a little bit tricky if they haven't done this before. The next step for you will be to gather all your documentation, collect your diplomas, transcript, proof of previous work experience, make sure your passport is valid, and gather all the evidence that is required for you to apply. And then the last step will be to submit the actual work permit application. This could be done, as I said before, either online at the visa office in your home country or at port of entry if you are eligible to apply at port of entry. So how does IRCC is going to evaluate your application? The first thing they're going to look at is the genuineness of the offer of employment. So they are going to verify that your employer is actually engaged in business. So they have a physical office and they're in operations. And there's many ways how they can prove that. There's some documentation that is recommended that's attached to the application to prove that. And more importantly, the offer of employment needs to be consistent with the needs of the employer. So for example, if a restaurant is going to hire you to be, again, a heavy equipment operator, they might question the need for that role. So the offer of employment needs to be aligned with the actual needs of the employer. And they also need to prove that they're able to fulfill the terms of the offer of employment in terms of wages, hours, and working conditions. There's some documentation that is required to prove that. And this is more important if this is the first time the employer is applying for a work permit of this type. The second thing that IRCC is going to look at is whether or not you have the qualifications to do the job. So education requirements, if you have any licensing, provincial territorial licensing, if required for your job, if you already have the relevant work experience that is required, and of course, your ability to communicate in either English or French. And the last thing that's going to be reviewed are the ties to your home country. So this will apply to both, whether you are applying outside of Canada or in Canada. The officer will always need to be satisfied that you will leave at the end of your work authorization period. Some of the aspects that they look at is whether or not you have property outside of Canada, family, if you can continue working in your home country, and of course, if you've been for a long time in Canada, or you also are planning to apply eventually for PR, and there is something that we call dual intent. This needs to be addressed in your application and your submission letter, just to make sure there's no doubts on the officer side about you leaving the country at the end of the authorized work period. All right, so I will quickly cover the most common mistakes and the reasons why this type of permits can be refused. The most common one is assuming this is path for you and you are not a citizen of the countries that are included here. So just make sure that you're a citizen of the countries that I mentioned before, or a permanent resident of Australia before you submit an application. A lot of people also get confused with the experience that is required for the position that's being offered by the employer. Just remember that it's 4 years for technicians, 2 years for professionals. On the employer side, submitting an incomplete offer of employment is often one of the most common mistakes when they're filling out the required information on the portal. They need to make sure that they're specifying the NOC, the duties, salary, hours you're going to be working on. So everything needs to match on the offer of employment. And some piece of advice that I want to give you here is to never copy and paste the NOC specifically. Please ask this to your HR person or whoever's in charge of issuing offers of employment in your company to make sure that they're writing a proper offer of employment and to not copy paste what's on the NOC, because this can be a huge red flag for the officer reviewing your application. As I mentioned earlier, making mistakes on the employer portal, this is the part where many employers require professionals to come in and help them, because these type of applications are not routine for a lot of small and medium businesses. So always making sure that all information is filled out correctly. Some people also made the mistake to walk into port of entry and expect the work permit to be issued at the airport. But as I said earlier, this is only available to foreign nationals that are not required to have a visa to come to Canada. And the last mistake that I commonly see here is for spousal work permits. So a lot of spouses apply for a work permit, for an open work permit until under C41, but one of the key requirements under C41 is that the work permit needs to have at least 16 months left on the applicant side, on the principal applicant side, sorry, on the spouses. But this is not the right code to apply for a spousal work permit under CPTPP. You need to use T53 instead, because that requirement needs waived. All right, so that covers everything today. I know that I had given you a lot of information, and I don't expect you to remember all or to fully understand this, because these kind of applications can be a little bit complex. But I just want to make sure that you know that I'm available to you for any further questions. You can scan the code that's here, and you will have the opportunity to book with me for a 15-minute introductory call if you desire to have like any clarification about what I touched on today, or if you have any other further questions regarding other free trade agreements, because I know it's a very short list of countries and therefore a short list of people that will qualify for this type of work permit. But just know that there are many other free trade agreements that you can likely benefit from. So if you have any questions about that or other immigration topics, feel free to scan the code and book a call with me so I can just answer your questions that you might have.
Thank you so much, Marait. It was so great. Definitely very, very packed. Like this session and the previous Anna session, it's just so much to know about it. But also, I just love that people now can realize that there are these opportunities on the table that truly a lot of people don't know about. They just don't know about these opportunities. So yeah, thank you so much. That
thank
was
you.
great. So let's see if we have any questions here. Let's see. And just a reminder that we also will have a Q&A session at the end where we're going to just take all of your questions. But let's just see if there are any specific ones to work permits for now.
I think we have other questions related to different topics, so likely this can be answered at the end of today's summit, but I don't see anything relevant to our topic right now. Yeah, even if questions don't pop up right now, feel free to reach out to me at a later time.
Yes, and I popped Marit's information in the chat, and those who are watching or will be watching on YouTube, you can find Marit's information down below in the description of the YouTube video. Super important that you know where to find that information. If you ever cannot find somebody's email or you need more clarification about certain questions, certain topics, please do drop a comment on a YouTube video, and you can always Google Weber Immigration and just send us an email. You can Google Marit's name and send her an email. So definitely, we will definitely be happy to connect with you. Okay, Marait, well, thank you so much. Thank you. And we are going to move on to our last topic of the day and last topic of the summit, actually. Yes. And this is going to be the topic that a lot of our French speakers have been waiting for. And that's all about pathways, PR pathways for French speakers in Canada. So after this presentation with Laurence, we will be also taking questions, any questions, and we will have other speakers joining as well to answer those questions. All right, Laurence, welcome to the summit. Thank you so much for coming.
Thank you for inviting me. Hello, everyone. I hope you are doing well. So as Olena mentioned, today we're going to talk about like the Francophone pathway that IRCC put in place. And you will see that right now, it's the moment, if you speak French, it's the moment to come to come to Canada. So I'm going to share my screen right now, and you're going to tell me if you can see it.
And then while Laurence is sharing her screen, I can see the question in the chat. Somebody is from Algeria asking about their options. If you do speak French, and I'm not sure if you do, but if you do speak French, as I'm sure a lot of Algerians do, then you definitely want to pay attention to this presentation.
Exactly. Yes. So now can everyone see my screen?
Yeah, all good.
Oh, okay. So perfect. So as I say, today we're going to talk about like the Francophone pathway. I just wanted to start by the land of acknowledgement. So we just wanted to say that we are actually on land that has been inhabited by indigenous people for thousands of years. We recognize that the city of Oshawa is located on the traditional territory of the Mississauga of Scugog Island First Nation, and this territory is covered by the William Treaties. Today, this meeting place is still home to many Turtle Island natives, and we are grateful for the opportunity to work, live, and play on this territory. Okay, so a little bit of housekeepings. So you can see me, I cannot see you. So it's totally okay to use the chat. I want to feel your energy. If you have questions, if you have comments, don't hesitate to put everything over there. As my other colleagues mentioned, this information today is only provided as general information. It doesn't constitute legal advice. And since I like things to be a little bit interactive, so throughout that little presentation, I'm going to share some polls just so I can know you more a little bit. So basically today, you are in the right place if you speak French. So either it's your native language or you are learning it at intermediate beginner level. You want to settle outside of Quebec. You've heard about Canada's Francophone immigration, but you don't know where to start. You are exploring faster. You want to explore like faster and easier work permit options for yourself. You want expert advice, not general info. And finally, you are looking for a pathway that can lead to permanent residence. So we're gonna launch the first quiz. Can you just share where you are right now, like on which part of the world? I want to see if you are like maybe Francophone in Canada or maybe somewhere in the world. So if I understand, there was someone in Algeria, Cameroon, Haiti, Nigeria, oh, Guadeloupe, Algeria, Guadeloupe, yes. Guadeloupe is my sister island because I come from Martinique, and Martinique is 972. The code is 972. Okay, and Nigeria. Nice. So you are a little bit across the world, which is great. So a little bit about myself. So I'm also a regulated Canadian immigration consultant. I'm also a commissioner of affidavits in Ontario. It's like big words, but I'm authorized like to commission some immigration document, like the one to declare that you are common law, for example. And I like to organize like virtual session, in-person event. I also have a podcast and I go as well in media and in panel because my objective is really like to demystify the Canadian immigration because I know it can be a maze. And with all of the fraud that is going on, sometimes it's really easy to get lost and discouraged. And a little bit about me. So I came to Canada already 15 years ago. It goes so fast. My objective was not to stay that long. Basically, when I arrived, I just wanted to stay like 6 to 8 months because I didn't want to leave the Canadian winter. A lot of people were telling me that it's so cold. And finally, I got opportunities, work opportunities, and I was like, okay, why not? I can stay. So between the moment I came with a work holiday visa, it was only a year to the time I got my citizenship. I got in total 3 work permits. Then I got my permanent residence under Canadian experience. And then in 2019, I got my citizenship, and it wasn't a linear path because I almost got denied on one of my work permits. So I totally understand the path that sometimes you can go through frustration and administrative stuff. And as you can see with my accent, so I'm Francophone. I come from Martinique. As I said, it's a French Caribbean island, but I was raised in France, and I never wanted to go to Quebec. From the beginning, I was like, okay, if I have to do thousands of kilometers, let's go and live something like completely different. And this is why once I decided to become a RCIC, I've decided to focus on outside of Quebec because for me, it's important like to contribute to the diversity, and Francophone like needs to be out of Quebec. You have a lot to see. So as of today, I created my firm, Movela Immigration Services, and I have people who are like inside Canada, outside Canada, but mainly they are all Francophones, and they are willing like to jump and go outside of Quebec. So basically today, I'm gonna talk briefly about the situation of Francophone in Canada. I'm going to present you some immigration pathway that give advantage to Francophone. and then we're going to talk about some common mistakes. So first, Francophone in Canada. So I want to know in terms of your skills with French, where are you? A, your native French. B, your French is your second language, but you are above like CLB 7. French is your second language, but you are between CLB 4 and 6. You are a beginner or you don't speak French yet. Because I know some people, they don't speak French, but when they see how easy Francophone can get PR, for example, it's one of their objectives. So I'm curious to see what is yours. Okay, in Canada, learning French. Oh, thank you, Liane. Oh, my video is hiding the PowerPoint presentation. Which video? Guys, can you just put in the chat if you can see my screen? Because I can see a comment from, I think it was Blanche. She says she can, the floating video. I have no idea what it is. I have no idea what it is. You can see, okay. So you can see the whole screen, right? Or maybe it's an option in Zoom. Okay, let me just go quickly because I know they asked me some effect. Okay. What did they do? Okay, my video is okay. Okay, thank you for confirming. So let me go back to, okay, A, D, B, CLV 7, perfect. D, you're native. Yes, C1, C2, good. C. Ah, on voit dans deux endroits différents. Du coup, ça cache un peu l'écriture du PowerPoint. Honestly, I have no idea. Okay, let me maybe come back. I will just do something quickly. Maybe it's this. And here, is it better? Do you see me once?
Yeah,
or do you see-
it's different. I don't know. I liked it that way. I like both ways. But
Okay, because I
yeah,
have no idea how it looks, so that's why I was wondering if it was.
it looked cool. I liked how it, but
Okay.
yeah, it's all good.
Okay. So let's go to the next one. So here is an idea on what where Francophone are outside of Quebec, because most of the people, they have a misconception that just because you speak French, you have to go in Quebec, which is not true. Sorry. And as you can see, the priority, one of the priority for the government is to increase the percentage of Francophone outside of Quebec, because French is the same language, is the official, one of the official language at the same level as English. There is no one more important than the other, but over more than 90% of Francophone, they go to Quebec. So now they want to attract people outside. So basically with this graph, you can see how the effort that RCIC have done over the years helped to increase. Like we went from 2% in 2021 to 8.9% 2025. You see, like not even 7,000, and now we are like nearly like 30,000. And the objective is to reach 12% by 2029. So if the government wants to reach that target, that means it's either they're gonna create new Francophone program, or within the existing one, they will do more. Maybe they will give more space, more places. And then just to have an idea on where those Francophone go. So the majority of them, they go to Ontario, then they go to BC. So BC, like by Vancouver, then New Brunswick. So New Brunswick is the only bilingual provinces. Quebec is the only Francophone provinces, and all the other provinces and territory, they are English speaking spaces. So just to give you an idea, I know some people, they don't like to go to big cities, and they are totally fine to go to rural area. Then other numbers, so almost 84% of French-speaking admission who go to outside of Quebec, they come from Africa or Middle Eastern country, even though like France is still part of the top top 5 in terms of country. And the 5 cities chosen by Francophone are Ottawa, Toronto, so they are in Ontario, Moncton in New Brunswick, and Edmonton and Calgary in Alberta. And the majority of them, they go through federal skilled worker programs. So this is interesting to know. And why I put free language classes, because a lot of people, they are afraid to go outside of Quebec saying like, I don't speak English, my English is not that good. I learned like when I was in high school. But once you are permanent resident, you have access to free English classes. So that means you can still improve. Like, don't use this as an obstacle. So this is why I consider that the ideal candidate for Canada is a bilingual speaking, that means English and French, with professional experience in an in-demand job. It doesn't mean that if you are not fully bilingual, you cannot come. It's not what I'm saying, is that you will have more chance. So now that you have the whole idea on the Francophone system in Canada, we will go through the pathway for Francophone. So just as a little reminder, because I don't know if you are like really familiar with the immigration system, I will just wanted to explain how it works. So basically, the government is called IRCC, so it's Immigration, Refugee, Citizenship. Today, I won't speak about refugee, I won't speak about citizenship, but basically, I wanted to show you one program into the temporary residency, so into the work permit, and a permanent residency program regarding the permanent residency, and also a study permit for Francophone. Also, you have to keep in mind that in order to prove that you speak French, you need to go through approved test. Even though French is your native language, you still have to go through testing, and those are the only 2 approved tests. So TCF Canada, oh, I put twice TCF, but it's TCF Canada and TEF Canada. They are not, you don't have center in all of the countries. Unfortunately, sometimes you have to travel to do the testing, but please remember, like testing like DAFL or TFAC, they are not good for outside of Quebec, pretty much. So the first one, maybe you have heard of it. It's called Express Entry. So it's a program of permanent residence under economic pathway. So I wanted to know, for those who know about Express Entry, where are you right now? Like, do you plan to apply for Express Entry like by the end of the year? Do you think you're going to do it later in 2027? You already know that you don't qualify, or you have no idea what Express Entry is? I'm curious. BAAA, I'm in the pool as FSW, but low CSR. Okay. B, so 2027. Okay, so most of you, that means you are interested. Proof of fund is the big deal. Yeah, I know. I can see like some people that I meet, they know like they are eligible in terms of criteria, like the language is good, they have the diploma, they have the professional experience, and then once they have to reach that financial capacity, they hit a wall. So I can understand how frustrated it can be, but basically the majority of you, by next year, by June next year, you are supposed to apply to Express Entry. So for those who don't know, basically Express Entry is a system that works by points. So I won't go much into detail because some of my colleagues did it like 2 days ago, but I will recap quickly. So basically you have to meet the eligibility. You can be either eligible under Canadian experience or federal skilled worker. Once you meet the experience, that you did the language test, that you did you evaluate your diploma to an authorized organization. If you are outside of Canada, you are ready to create a profile that expires after 12 months. And then you're going to be put in a pool where you're going to be in competition with all of the people, Francophone and not Francophone, who wants to come to Canada. We don't know when you're going to receive an invitation because IRCC keep the surprise. But basically, when you are in the pool, it's not considered as applying for permanent residency. It's just like to tap IRCC on the shoulder and say, hey, look at me. I'm interested to come. Please pick me. And when IRCC pick you, it's when you receive an invitation. And from there, you're going to have 60 days, not one more day, to prepare your application. That means fill out the form, gather all of the documentation, do your medical visit for you and all of your family members. And then when you pay and submit within those 60 days, this is when the processing time start. So now you're going to tell me what is the advantage of speaking French? It's because in Express Entry, the government do some draw. And basically, when they do draw, they do it based on their needs. So they have some needs based on the professional experience. So they're going to do some draw, like we want to invite only those who have experience in healthcare. We want to do draw only for those who have Canadian experience or those who are experienced in education. And part of those needs is finding people who speak French. So there is specific draw only for people who have CLB 7. So usually CLB 7 is 7 out of 12. The French test goes up to 12. So if you are able to do your test and to get CLB 7, so it's not the average, it's really you have to be 7 in the 4 category, which is speaking, listening, writing, and reading, then you are eligible as a Francophone candidate. And why it is a big advantage is that now I'm going to show you the 30 draws that happened this year in 2026. You could see that PNP is a provincial program, CEC is Canadian experience. You could see that they had 11 draws and 4,400 people got invited in PNP and 37,000 people got invited under experience, Canadian experience. But when you look at the French, you can see that there were only 6 draws, but 30 people got invited. So that means that someone that speaks French can get invited before someone maybe who is working in trade or someone who is working in healthcare. So that's why I'm saying like Express Entry for Francophone right now is the place, is the place to be, especially when you look at the points. Usually, since we have less people who can speak French, then the score that we're going to ask for French is way lower. To give you an idea, right now, the score for the Canadian experience doesn't go under like 500. I think the lowest was 505, something like that. Whereas the lowest score for French was 393. So you can calculate. So that means that someone who speaks French, who has never been in Canada, never worked in Canada, never studied in Canada, can get invited for PR before someone who has worked in Canada. And I know like for English speaker, it's a lot of frustration because they spend money. But since there is a, I don't know how to say reform, but basically Express Entry might change the rule. And right now they are debating on, should we continue to give a bonus to Francophone? So this is why, guys, if you are eligible today, don't wait next year because maybe the bonus from Francophone will go away. And then instead, in terms of money, so it's $15.90 for adults, $270 for child, and you have to do your biometric. And for processing time, it's 6 months for federal skilled worker and around 7 months for Canadian experience. So this was for the, how do we call that, permanent residency. Now, I'm going to talk about a work permit. So that means you can come to Canada temporary up to 3 years. there is a specific work permit if you decide to live and work outside of Quebec. So for this, you need to have you need to find a Canadian company that wants to hire you. You just need to prove that you have intermediate French level 5. On this one, the only exception where you won't have to prove your language test is like if you study in French, then it's enough. You won't have to prove that you can speak French with a test. And then it's available for any type of job except in agriculture and in forbidden area. So this is a great opportunity. If, for example, I saw in the chat some people were saying like, I don't have the money with Express Entry, then maybe you can start with looking for a job and then go through that work permit. So the level, as I said, for this is CLB5, so it's lower than Express Entry. And for this one, it's only for speaking and listening. So you don't need to prove that you can write or read French. And even though at work you speak English, you will have to speak English, that's okay. Like the most important is that you have the capacity to speak French. And in terms of process, so basically, you look for a job, you sign your contract, then your employer need to register on the IRCC employer portal. They submit an offer of employment. They pay the 230 employer compliance fee. Be careful because they cannot pass in out your salary. It has to come for their bank account, not yours. And then if it's approved, they're going to obtain an offer of employment number, and they have to give that number to you so you can apply for your work permit. But basically, these steps, everything that I am showing, lasts only a couple of hours. It's not like the LMIA where you have to wait like a month. This LMIA exam Francophone Mobility Work Permit, it's really honestly a gem. So in terms of work permit, the fees are $155, $85 for biometrics, and then the processing time depends on where you live. It depends on your country. So some country can take 2 weeks, some other will take like 7 months. So it's really based on where you live right now. So if you understand everything, I have a question for you. This Francophone Mobility Work Permit, is it only available, this permit is only available to candidates from France or French-speaking countries. Is it true or false? So let me see, is it true or false? False, okay. Who else wants to try? False. Priya said false, Lian. False. False. Okay, everyone is saying false. So let's see if you have the right answer. And indeed, yeah, it's false. Why? It's because this work permit is not based on your citizenship. It's open to any nationality as long as you are able to prove that you have intermediate French. So that's perfect if you have not started and you want to go. Okay, now we will go back to permanent residency. I wanted to show you another program. So this one is completely different from Express Entry. Express Entry, you have no obligation to find a job. For this one, you need to find an employer in specific Francophone community. We only have 6. And these communities, they're going to issue a list of the job that they want. So you cannot find a job in anything, and you can only apply if you sign a contract and that you have experience at least 1 year in the last 3 years. You will also need to prove your English level. And in terms of diploma, we ask as at least secondary school diploma, and you also have to prove that you have enough money, but it's it's less than Express Entry. In terms of level of French, we ask only for CLB and CLB5, which is really like reasonable. And since it's a PR, so the fees are the same than Express Entry, but it's a pilot program, it's new. So for now, there is no updated processing time. And lastly, this one is a student study permit that is for Francophone. So the program is called Francophone Minority Community Student Pilot. So it's a pilot. It has been put in place in August 2026. And every year the government for now is saying like, are we doing it again or not? And we have a quota. It's only like 2,400 pilot students that can apply, but it's not every Francophone. In comparison to the work permit where anyone can apply, for this one, you need to be citizen on one of those countries. And unfortunately, I know there is someone from Algeria. Algeria is not part of those countries. It's not a decision for IRCC, that because those countries are part of the international Francophone country, something like that. And Algeria has decided to not be part of that organization. And because of this, they cannot be part of that program. So basically, if you are a citizen of this program, you can apply for that pilot where the specificities are way easier than a regular study permit. So basically, you need to study in a Francophone or a bilingual institution outside of Quebec. The amount of money that you will have to give depends on the size of the city that you will study. You still have to prove your French level, and you don't need a provincial attestation letter. And I didn't write it down, but the big advantage is that you need to study at least for 2 years, and it's a direct path to permanent residence. So, which is great. So if you are not eligible to express entry and you have the financial funds, I suggest you to go and study, because at least you know that once you have your diploma, you have a dedicated path to PR. So the level requested is CLB 5. So you will have to do a test on this one. And even though it's a pilot, it's still the same fees for the government fees. And the processing time depends from where you are applying. So based on all of I showed you, which Francophone pathway do you prefer? Would you prefer go to Express Entry, to Francophone Mobility Work Permit, to Francophone Rural Community Program, or to Study Permit? Okay, great. I can see that you put your questions, so that's good. So Express Entry, Blanche, I spoke about it. It was the first program that I presented. Okay, A, Express Entry, E. What is, oh yeah, Express Entry, A and C, okay. Express Entry, I hope with provincial nomination, yes. And you also, you have some provincial program that give you additional points if you are bilingual. It's too bad that Ontario stopped their program, but they had the Francophone provincial program. But I think since 2024, it was the last time I saw Francophone drawing for Ontario. Okay. Okay. So the last thing I wanted to present you are the common mistakes. So basically, be careful, like, is like people sometimes they don't pay attention to the deadline or to the eligibility criteria, especially for French. If you see that we ask you CLB 7, if you have like 9996, you won't be eligible. If, for example, Express Entry, we ask you 7. So be really careful with the criteria, inconsistency in your application. So that means that if you are currently in Canada, you did a work permit, and then for your PR, you write something else, then yeah, it's red flag for you. If you are in Canada or even in your country, you pick jobs that don't count for Express Entry. Even if you speak French, it won't help you out. And the biggest, I will say, is like underestimate the French test. I see that a lot of you like are native French. So people think that, oh, you know, like I speak French since I'm little, I don't need to prepare for the test. But mind you, not everyone is able to get level 9, even though they speak French their whole life. So be careful and please try to reach the maximum. Like, don't settle for a 7 because, especially for express entry, at the end of the day, it's a competition. So don't settle for less. And finally, a common mistake is like not consulting a professional until it's too late. I thought about that because last week I got a woman, she came to me, she got like 3 refusal applying by herself. And it got her to 3 to say, okay, maybe I should like hire an expert. So please, like sometimes it's better like to just take, even if it's a consultation, just 1 hour to make sure that all of your questions are covered, than just go blindly and then go back into the file, into the pool, because we know that right now we have more than 2 million files waiting in IRCC, and you don't want like to lose your spot and go back to the beginning. So this is my last quiz of the day. What is your biggest challenge in emigrating to Canada today? Do you think that there are too many options and you feel lost? Do you have some difficulties to understand which program you are eligible for? Is it affording the process? I saw someone was speaking about the financial requirement. Is it navigating paperwork and procedure, finding the job, or language requirement? Okay, so D, navigating paperwork and procedure. Yes, it's something. It's something out of the above. Okay. And I can totally understand, because like first you need to take the decision to leave a country, to arrive in Canada. And then you have that administrative, if you don't like that, like this can be a burden. So yeah, so that was it for my presentation, and I have 2 things for you. So the first one is that if you want to have a consultation with me, like so we can put in place a strategy, try to see based on your profile, based on your project, if you can come, if you can stay in Canada. I offer you 20% off your consultation. I put Saturday, but it's Sunday. The promo code is French. So you can just scan the QR code and then just put the promo code to get 20% off. But I think the link, if you are from your phone and you can scan the QR code, we will send it to you later on. And then the second thing is that get your free guide to discover your NOC code, so you can just scan it. You can just scan it as well, because we know, as my other colleague says, we know how finding the right NOC code is pretty crucial. So yes, so that was it for me. Thank you so much. Thank you also for Olena and Weber, the Weber immigration team, for having me, for organizing this amazing event with amazing RCICs. I think they will come back soon if I remember, and this is really a great opportunity. So I hope, guys, that you learned a lot, that you took note, and that your Canadian project will be able like to comply, and that will maybe next year you will text me and say, let's go and drink a French vanilla at Tim Hortons. So I just give you my podcast for those who speak French, because my podcast is in French. If you want to reach me out as well on Instagram and TikTok, it's there. So that's it for me.
Thank you so much, Laurence. It was great as usual. Now, let's go through some questions. So, yeah,
Okay.
we have some questions. There are some questions in the chat. There are some questions in the Q&A box. You're able to see them?
No, so I can see the chat, but I don't have access to the Q&A box unless, let me see. Oh, yes. Okay, perfect. So let's Q&A box. We're gonna start over there. When did I start? It was at 3, right? So I take the question from 3 p.m. I guess.
Yeah, you can scroll through.
Yeah. Okay. How can English-speaking physicians from Anglophone West African country learn French and improve their chance of work permit and PR? Are there less stressful French learning program for an English-speaking physician in Africa? So I know several, so you have different way to learn French. Sometimes you have in-person classes. There are a lot of online school. That means that school in Canada that provide classes online. Some of them, they are specialized or preparing you for the test, like intensive for 9 months to go from level 1 to level 5 or 7, depending on your objectives. And then in terms of work permit, as I say, it's level 5 that you need to reach, and PR, it's level 7. It's really level 7. I have a diploma in English and French education. Do I need to write TEF or TCF for language proficiency? So Solomon, it will depend for which program. The only program where you won't have to write the TEF or the TCF if you go to Francophone mobility, that you can show your French education. But for all of the PR program and the study permit, the pilot study permit, you will have to prove that you can speak French with a language test result. As a French-speaking couple, also trilingual, interested in New Brunswick, Moncton, with more than 3 years of experience at work, how can we effectively demonstrate our genuine intention to settle in the province? We don't have a job offer and unable to make an exploratory visit. What step would you recommend, please, to strengthen our chance of obtaining a provincial nomination? So how are you have to ask yourself, how are you interested in New Brunswick? Have you tried to maybe go to some webinars, to contact maybe association related to your organization, related to your work experience? I don't know if you are in accounting. Have you tried to reach out to organization like the Accountant of New Brunswick? Is that kind of thing? You still have opportunities to participate to a virtual event for New Brunswick to show that you are interested in that province. For Francophone mobility work permit, in order to prove level 5, can we provide transcript from the college? So college, so I don't know if you speak like college, like in the French way, or college in the Canadian way, because college in the French way is like a junior school. So if it's junior school, it won't be enough. If it's college, like after high school diploma, then you're good. And if you have your diploma as well, it will be better. What is that? The diploma. So okay, I will answer to because I think the first question is really personalized. So I won't take the chance to answer that one. This will be better to answer within a consultation with your whole profile. But I can answer the second question. The diploma evaluation is available for 1 or 5 years. It's available for 5 years. This, and then in the chat, we'll look at the chat. Does French need to be my first language for express entry? If you want to be eligible for the Francophone draw, you need to tick the box, I want French as my primary language. Is the rural program still accepting application? Yes, it's still open. You have to go community by community. It's really that, because some of the, depending on the community and on the job, sometimes they stop accepting because they already like reached the quota, and some it's still okay. As a French-speaking couple, no, this I saw it. I learned that it's easier to transit from French work permit to permanent residency. It is right. Yes, because for example, express entry, you have a category for Canadian experience, as long as the job that you are doing is eligible for express entry. And then you don't have that financial requirement. Express entry definitely is the best and less financial issue. Exactly. You reach the freedom. Do you know how much the TEF costs? Yeah, so in Canada, it's around like $400, but then country by country, the exam center, they fix their own prices. I've seen sometime like in some countries, like European country, they charge like 400 euros. So it's almost like 600 Canadian dollars. I think I read. I think I'm good unless there are new questions, but I think other than that, here is my WAF job duty. Okay, so if it's a question to find the NOC is not something that I will be able to do just right now. This requires a consultation that you can take advantage of the 20% off. But unfortunately, yeah, I won't be able to do this just right now. For French though, do I still need 1 year of Canadian experience or just CLB7 is good? So the first step is first to be eligible to Canadian experience or to federal skilled worker, and then to be eligible to the Francophone draw, you need to reach that CLB7. So it's not or, it's and. I participated in an official New Brunswick, Algeria immigration webinar. How should I document or present this in support of future provincial nomination application? Yes, so you have to keep the proof that you registered and that you came to the presentation. Just keep the email and things like that. I ticked English as my first language and still gonna join for French language proficiency because I said I can speak French. Is it a question, Blanche, or? Okay, so I think that's it in terms of question. Oh, I have a last one. I am an elementary French teacher. I have 4 years experience and a diploma in French language education, which is not a problem in my country. The NOC requires a bachelor degree. Can I still apply through the French proficiency or the French mobility program? The most important, if it's if you say the French proficiency is the Francophone draw for express entry, in that case, you still have to evaluate your diploma, and they will either to say if it's equivalent to a bachelor. And French mobility program, it depends of the type of job that you will do. So if you only did, for example, 2 years of diploma and not 3 as it's described in the NOC code, then you will have to prove that you have experience. Okay, and I think I'm good. Yeah, I think I answered everything.
Perfect. Thank you so much. Yeah, we had a lot of French questions. Okay, well, thank you so much, Laurence. Really great. We're going to see if we have any other questions here to answer. One question. Oh, we have Saprit back. Just a reminder that Saprit was presenting on day 1 of our summit, and Saprit was talking about express entry profile and all of the tips and tricks that relate to submitting express entry profile. So you can always go back and watch her presentation. And then we have Lotica, who was just presenting today about healthcare pathways. If you missed that one, make sure you go back and watch it. And then, of course, we have Anna, who's presenting about work permits. Okay, so as our speakers and panelists are joining, you guys are more than welcome to drop questions. Welcome back, Ivie. I'm just going to take one question just because I promised to do it to Zabar. Okay, Zabar, so you're asking that if you can claim NOC code for residential property manager, even though it is a virtual position. So I actually just checked. I don't see a problem claiming it, even though it's a virtual position. So yeah, it sounds all good to me. The only thing that I would encourage to do is that whenever that time comes to actually submit your documents and submit your duties, then what I would say is to make sure that the duties are actually aligned with the knock number. They do seem to be aligned though, like they do seem to be working, like looking pretty good. But of course, you know, it's not a legal advice. Make sure you actually check that and just don't go by what I'm saying right now. But I don't see any problems, to be honest with you. So when time comes to submit the documents, it's definitely worthwhile to have a closer look into it, but I wouldn't be concerned about anything as of right now. Okay, and we have Arsheen who joined back, and let's see if we have any questions. So we have a question. You guys can pick questions from the chat, honestly, and from Q&A box, and you can just go kind of at it. I know that Richardson has been asking this question, so maybe somebody can take a question from Richardson. It's in the chat about express entry and about the wife who was declared not accompanying.
I can answer Clive. So basically, Clive mentioned that he claimed his primary work experience in Tier 3 and that now he has a new job, Tier 4, and he wanted to know if he needs to add it for express entry profile. Since Tier 4, it's an unskilled, it's a low-skilled job. So for your profile, you don't need to add it. But please remember that once you receive the invitation, and then you have to put your history for the last 10 years. It will be mandatory to mention that experience, but you won't have to provide the documents.
Yes, thank you. We have one question or a couple of actually questions from YouTube. So I'm just gonna read it because you guys cannot see it. Okay, so we have one second. Hello I don't know if anyone here, we don't have Diandra or Laurie here, but it's a citizenship question. So we have for proof of Canadian citizenship, after AOR for children, can they apply for a passport? So
So you've just received the acknowledgement of receipt for the citizenship application? No, you have to wait until you receive the actual proof of citizenship or the citizenship certificate with the child's name on it before you can apply for the passport. It depends on also where you've applied, inside Canada, in the US, or to another
yeah,
country. That
I
process
think
will also depend.
yeah, I think it's just because he also mentioned that my wife needs to land as a PR soon. So they're like, okay, like if our citizenships, like kids' citizenships applications are in process and we want to travel to Canada so she can land here, like how do we do it? And I don't think there is a way for kids to travel at all to Canada unless they are travel with their current citizenship passports just as
Yeah,
tourists, right?
yeah.
Yeah, so if you're, for example, if you are American, then you could enter just with their American passports or whatever nationality you are. If you're, different nationality that requires a visa, then make sure that they have visa as tourists. But yeah, it's a kind of a tricky situation because if they're like Canadian citizens, they're applying for proof of citizenship, right? And so technically, why would you like grant a visa to somebody who's already Canadian? But we don't know if they're Canadian yet. So it's a tricky situation. Okay. Any other questions you guys see?
Someone asked, can I apply to EE with a job experience that requires a bachelor's degree with an assessed master's diploma? A lot of times people will think that they need to meet the education requirements for the NOC code that you're applying for, but that's not always the case. Especially because the NOC system is a Canadian system, and not all foreign, employers, most foreign employers will not follow that system. So Canada has made its own education requirements, but that might not be the same as what is required for your job back home. So you don't need to meet the education requirements for the NOC that you're claiming, as long as you're able to show and prove that you're able to do the duties and responsibilities required.
Yeah, sounds good.
I see a question. If I am a nurse seeking PR in Canada, is it advisable that I attempt to seek licensing with more than one province to increase my chances of getting PR status? That is a great question. I'm a believer of not putting one egg in one basket. If you can put multiple eggs, please do. So you can seek licensing in several provinces. It just depends on which one is the best, or which one you have more chances with, or which one comes first. Of course, you can't have two PR applications or PMP applications, but it's worth trying to get licensed in more than one province so that you can take advantage of whatever healthcare pathway, for instance, Alberta or BC or Saskatchewan has, or Ontario. Yeah.
Yep. Anybody else sees any questions?
I read again the long question from Fred. But finally, I think it's something that can answer. So basically, Fred, what you explained is that you have a master and a diploma, and that you assess your master through WES, and you were wondering if you still need to assess your bachelor's degree again, if it will change something. And as long as your master is there, you won't get additional points by assessing your bachelor degree, so you're good.
So there's a question that says, I basically came here as a student and graduated. Afterwards, applied for postgraduate work permits, which I currently have. Is there a clear path for me to become a permanent resident or a citizen? So when you use the word clear path, immigration nowadays is not as simple as just those two words. I wish it was, then maybe we won't have a job. You have to sit down and speak to a consultant or an immigration lawyer and strategize, or we need more information about your background. How many years of postgraduate work permit do you have? What did you study? What are you working in? Is it an occupation in demand? So there's so many back questions to be able to create that clear path for you. So I would advise you to take advantage of any of us here that have been presenting for the last 3 days. We have promotions going on. Take an advantage of that, sit down and figure out what your strategy will be, especially if your postgraduate work permit is already running or counting down. And then hopefully you can get clarity on that.
Yeah, and I think, Ivy, I think that what you just said applies to a lot of these questions. A lot of people are giving like a small bio, I have like 7 years of experience in this and like a bachelor's in this, master's in this. What are my chances? I don't know. I don't think anybody knows until we like sit down and get like a really itemized like understanding of your background, because everything is points determined and there are multiple pathways, but it really is, it requires a one-on-one consultation. So just like Ivy said, a lot of people have promotions running, and the best way to get an answer to those questions is to book a consultation and get RCIC to map out a plan for you.
I want to add something to that citizenship by descent question with the AOR since you have the AOR, if you have a solid reason that it's an urgent request, since you said your wife has to land as soon as possible, if that as soon as possible have a reason for it, like a school thing or a job thing or whatever reason that go beyond that urgent processing threshold, you can use that AOR, send a web form with the documents and ask for urgent processing. Otherwise, you cannot, you have to wait for the citizenship certificate for everyone, and it's going to take long. So this is an option for you if you have good reasons for urgent processing.
Yeah, that's such a good point, Mitra, because I've heard that that actually works pretty well. Urgent processing, of course, with a good reason, but they actually do process things urgently. So worth a shot for sure.
There's a question here. Can I take another one or a different question?
Sorry?
Can I take the next question?
Yeah, of course.
Yes. Something here.
Jump in.
So it's from Subar Mohammed. He says, I came to Canada as a minor long time ago in the 70s with my parents as a PR, and then later became a citizen. A few years ago, I lost all my ID. I need to apply for Canadian passport, but I don't have my PR and citizenship certificate, just my health card. How can I get my past documents? He already applied for an ATIP, but not sure if they can find anything in the system. So this application is done in paper. You have to apply to IRCC directly, and they are going to ask you for some type of proof. So what you can send us proof is if you attended school in Canada, which you must have, are there any records of your grades you completed, middle school, high school? Is there anything that will show that were you ever sick and had to be hospitalized or just checked by doctors? So go to those documents, and then that will help with for you to get your citizenship certificate. And once you get that, then you will be able to apply for your Canadian passport.
Okay, so I have a question regarding French. So can you please suggest the platform where we can get French LMIA exempt work? So most of the time you have to go yourself for to look for a job, but the job bank has a specific page where they list all of the companies that are willing to hire international worker. So I think on Google, if you type job bank international worker, just this, it will be one of the first links. I can try to find it and then I can put it on the website. But then you have to look at Indeed, LinkedIn, things like that.
We have one that has to do with like documents. It says, WAS made a mistake in my name and I'm already in the pool. I hope that won't be an issue. I'm already trying to reach out to WAS, but nothing so far. Instead of Olerewaju, they wrote Olerewejo and omitted my second middle name, even though they wrote it to be on my certificate. So I would take that as, so what if you're already in the pool and you get an ITA, then you have to submit your documents. So first things first, try and resolve this issue with WES. What is the actual name and what is on your certificate based on the passport you have submitted, your ID document, your government ID document with WES. So it is WES' responsibility to resolve this with you and reissue it. So while you're waiting in the pool, definitely have this on as an urgency to review that so that your test or immigration report based on your education from WES will have your legal name. But obviously you're already in the pool. If you get called for an ITA, then that's another issue where you might be able to use court documents to document that the name on WES was a mistake on their part, and these are your names, and whatever the report says is what your education is. And for immigration, it's not just the WES report, right? So you're backing it up with transcript, the degree certificate as well, several government IDs like your birth certificate, your passport. So, and if you can do an affidavit or swear an affidavit that is notarized, that will help you build your case. But I would say the best ideal thing is to resolve this with West before you get an ITA. I did see a French question, Laurence, if you want to take it. How can an English-speaking physician from Africa acquire immediate French CLB5?
Oh yes, I forgot to put it as answer, but I answered it during my
Okay.
my presentation, but that's fine. I can repeat. Basically, it's not mainly because you are a physician. Of course, you will have to learn like proper word English, French word in order to work. But you should try to find like a French school that do like intensive classes, so you can learn French. So some of them they teach you in 7 to 9 months to go from level 1 to 5 or level 3 to 7, and this is what you should look for. But please keep in mind that physician, you cannot work directly in Canada. You will have you will need to get a license through the Canadian Medical Council. Yes.
So here's an interesting question, and it'll be nice for us to have a discussion on this. So it says, my wife was declared non-accompanying because her West assessment was issued for education instead of immigration. We requested a new immigration ECA, but I received an ITA on the French draw before it was issued. We are still within 60-day submission period. Can I add her now as accompanying and provide a letter of explanation with both West assessments? So I guess my question is, when they put themselves in the pool, would they have said they are married, or did they change it after receiving the ITA? So that would be my question to ask. And I think it'll be hard for them to basically convince IRCC the reason why they decided to not add her. That's the question that I want to ask. Does anybody want to pitch in?
Yeah, and I will add as well, maybe to recalculate the score, because normally if they will be in couple, their CRS score is supposed to be lower, to see if it will have been lower than the draw.
Right. But on the other hand, if you want to add a dependent, you could add them before the APR is issued. I'm not sure. Has anybody had a situation like this?
You mean to add a spouse before the conclusion of the application?
Yeah, I mean, I know dependents you could, but I'm not sure if you're
spouse,
adding a
yes.
spouse, if you could. You can add it. Okay.
You can add, you have to add all the documentation about the spouse. If you have English, French, education and everything, and they will assess as a couple, but you can do it. What I didn't get very well, was classified by whom? By IRCC, or it was their interpretation of the...
Yeah, this is what I'm wondering, why West would have made them, because the spouse doesn't have obligation to submit an ECA. So I'm wondering why. And I think it's important because I've heard that now people, the agent are stricter when they see that people add after the ITA, because they want to make sure that applicants are not playing with the score. So you will need a strong justification.
And another question there is, we talked about this yesterday, is are they in Canada or outside? Because they are getting very strict with when you declare non-accompanied spouse if the spouse is in Canada. So doesn't make sense. If they are already here, how is you can declare it's non-accompanied? So there are many
Yeah,
information that we need to know before giving any.
true.
I'm not sure if anyone answered Zubair's question about extending a work permit for his wife because she has a permanent job. By just having a permanent job, it doesn't mean that you can extend your work permit or her work permit. If you want to extend the work permit, you need to either the employer need to go to LMIA process or you have to find a work permit exempt opportunity, like a francophone mobility work permit. Like she needs to have an NCLC 5 plus, and then the employer apply for her. They don't need to go through the LMIA process. However, it's just an extension, another work permit, and then you can apply for an open work permit as the spouse, either of you, if can go through this path. But I would recommend if you already have a degree, a PhD degree from Canada, probably your English is already good enough and you have a degree. So you go through your PR options, because at the end of the day, you cannot just extend a work permit forever. You can find a way to improve your CRS score and apply for PR eventually. But until then, you can use that Francophone mobility work permit or other LMIA exempt work permit or LMIA work permit if the employer can support her.
Yeah, and if I can add to that, if look at what country you're coming from, and if there's a free trade agreement work permit possibility for you, this could be another avenue for you to get a work permit. Absolutely.
Yeah, guys, let's take maybe a couple more questions and then we will wrap it up.
So we have one about how can I prove that my 2-year vocational training at a public vocational training center was paid through a scholarship stipend every 6 months until I obtain my diploma. Can this training period be combined with my work experience for immigration purposes? So it's not clear whether you're in Canada or outside Canada. Work experience done during study while you're outside Canada can count towards work experience for immigration in Canada, but if you're in Canada, it does not. And so I guess your key question is, can this period be combined with my work experience for immigration purpose? We'll need clarity whether you're inside or outside Canada, and it just depends on other criteria, like was it full-time? You did mention it was paid through stipends. We'll need more details about the scholarship and stipends if it can class as paid work. So yeah, that's the best I can do to that question. I'll give answers with the few information you've provided. But yeah, you can book a consultation and sit with one of us to discuss further so that we can break that down for you.
There is one, I don't know if someone answered this about knock.
Which one?
Shanas. I currently have an express entry profile under the Canadian Experience class, and my CRS score is 389. I'm expecting the French, blah, blah, blah. My current job title is Customer Service Representative Tier 4. But when creating my profile, I selected NOC 100 administrative officers because it more closely matches my actual job duties. Did I make it the right choice? Yeah, you have to see the job duties, because the title, it's not always, each company can choose whatever they want. If they are very creative, they can do whatever. So if the 70+% of the duties is it's with the administrative officers, yes, it's okay. But you must pay attention in every detail if the education is complied and everything.
Yeah, that knock number, it's really weird. And like that specific knock number, it just has the duties that make no sense. So it's we use it a lot for like very odd jobs that people have, and we try to match it to that administrative officer job because it's just such an odd knock number. So the chances are it may work. I mean, you have to be careful. Yeah, you have to be careful with what duties are in your employment letter, and basically if those duties are actually matching or aligned with a knock number. All right, everyone. Unless somebody else sees any questions, I think we're good to wrap it up. I don't know why my video is frozen, but that's okay. We're good to, oh, here we go. We're good to wrap it up. Thank you so much, everyone, for this event. It's been awesome 3 days. Everyone who is watching us on YouTube, you can find all the speakers details in the description. Don't forget to watch day 1, day 2 as well. Day 1, we talked about express entry. We had many very good speakers for express entry, good questions there. And then day 2, we talked about spousal sponsorship, which was absolutely amazing as well. And then today we talked about healthcare professionals, about citizenship by descent, so Bill C3. And then we talked about work permits, LMA exempt work permits, and then of course Francophone immigration, which is super important for us. So yeah, okay. Thank you so much, everyone. And now, thank you. Thank you everyone, all the attendees, for attending this event. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Bye.
Thank you.
Bye.